Darkness comes to find you, looking for the light, looking for the light. God's light will surround you. Hi. It's been a few days, but not a few days enough. I just decided to take a week off with no cards. Here I am. On the 7th, the night of the 7th, and I was going to upload a little video, but I was like, that's pointless. Not pointless, but I was like, And then there's a video I recorded on the 23rd of July, because I found out that Windows put an editing software up on the computers. I was like, oh snap. But apparently it's not in a file format that it agreed with, and so I don't know if that video will ever make it up. I could convert it, but then like it wasn't wanting to convert, so I was just like, okay, that's fine. And I guess I'm doing this because there's something that I'm not saying. The moon and strength. That's interesting. I don't know if you'll be able to see either one of these. Oh wow, you could. Oh yeah, there we go. There's one. And there's the other one. That one's strength. This one's the moon. Let's see. So it's been happening for a while now. It's been like pretty prominent and prevalent here in the past few, maybe in the past few weeks. But there'll be these times when I'm like half asleep or in that in-between state of awake and asleep, but like my eyes are still closed and my brain is still asleep, but I'm like conscious. And there'll be like these conversations. It'll be like a dream, but there's no picture. It's just like straight up conversation. And the only time there's picture is like if it's needed to emphasize the point of whatever. I guess that could be like, we could call it like telepathic communication. Or we can just call it in between sleep and awake. And it's been happening a lot. And the thing is, like, what'll happen is it might be in the middle of the night, or I'll lay back down and try to get some more sleep. And so I'll forget it because I'll have like a whole dream. And I'd be like, oh, I'm not going to forget. And then I forget. But I'm always so sure I won't forget because I'm so like conscious in that moment, or such an active participant in the conversation. But then I wake up and I forget. And so I was laying down the other day, a few days ago, and this word came to my mind. First it was ku, and I was like, ku. And it was like ku. I was like, ku? And it was like kusu. And I was like, kusu? Okay, so like we're speaking Japanese. Alright. And it was like kusu. I was like, well, what's kusu? And then it was like kusunare. And I was like, okay, so kusunare sounds like a word. Kusunare sounds like something I should know. And I was like, okay, cool. Like, I was like almost asleep. And I did not want to get up. And so, yeah, and it doesn't mean anything. Kusu doesn't mean anything, but akusunare is done. So I get up, I was like, because, I was like, oh, I'll do it when I wake up. And then it was like, lately you ain't been remembering and you ain't sleep yet. So get up and do it. And I was like, okay, fine, whatever. So I got up and I put it in my little note in my phone to look up when I woke up. And I was like, well, I already typed it as a note in my phone. I might as well go over to Google Translate and see what it means. So kusunare, I typed it in English and it didn't come up with anything. So I switched over to my Japanese keyboard, and then that's when it gave me akusunare. And akusunare is dawn. And I was like, dawn? Oh, that sounds like real, like hopeful. That sounds light. That sounds like the clouds are about to break. And so I guess akusunare came to my mind the other day. And then yesterday, I took a nap. I've been taking lots of naps. Your girl's been tired. Not like tired, but just like, I'll tell y'all what's going on in a second. So I couldn't remember everything that was being said, but what I wrote down is the things that we shine light on are the things that continue to shine. And I can't remember, in this conversation, it was like a series of cards again. It'll be like a card, it'll come out with a card, and then there's a talking point, and then another card, and there's more talking point. And it's like, it's unveiling like this story as a series of tarot cards. Again, because like I somewhat understand tarot cards, and you can kind of sort of fit a lot in one sort of card. I mean, especially if you they tell you exactly what's going on. But it was something about like the things that we shine light on are the things that continue to shine. Like something that we like, the things that we give energy to are going to be the things that really take off. Um, and I haven't been giving energy to too much lately because I've been napping a lot. And I feel like I might be getting close to um, like there's a moment that's getting, I mean, it gets closer and closer day by day. But it's like as I get closer, there's death in the Seeker of Cups. That's death in the Page of Cups energy. Um, it's like as it gets closer, I kind of sort of feel it, and it's kind of sort of been a lot. And like back in March, I would have these like intense feelings, and I feel like my soul would just be like wailing, and I don't want to overwhelm anybody, and so I've been not distracting myself. Well, we'll see what you are, but I've been. It's like all of my idle thoughts lately, and maybe for the past like month and a half, or a month, or a half of a month, like all of my idle thoughts keep going back to this one person, and it's fine. But now it's like it's getting to the point where I'm getting hit like with anticipation, and like there'll be like these little random moments of anxiety that'll come in, and I've been kind of sort of distracting myself, honestly, just because I don't want to sit in that like all day, because apparently some people can pick up on things, and I don't want it to be like too much. But this time I'm getting really good at not getting impatient. Because when this happened before, I would get like super impatient. I would get a little rash, and then I'll be like, blah, blah, blah. And then if not, I'm over it or something. So this time I'm not doing any of that. I'm just doing my best, I don't know, keep myself occupied. I am going to be getting back to work today. I thought I would wait until the semester started, but it's like, nah. Um, yeah. And then I just decided to take a week off of cards for some reason. And then I was going to do a release video the other night, and I was like, oh, that sounds like an excuse to use some cards. And I was like, oh, well, it's been a lot of internal back and forth with me lately. And it feels like there's no reason to be so back and forth on some things, but it's like the anticipation is like a lot, and like just like very intense. It's not overwhelmingly intense all the time, but it's really intense sometimes, and that's when I'm like, okay, I need to distract myself because um, I don't want it to get to the point where it's like too much again. But it's not that I'm not feeling it. Um, Definitely not the case. It's just like I don't know what to do with these feelings. So this is pointless. Not pointless, but I'm like, what do I do with this? What am I supposed to do with this? Hello? It's like you can only miss somebody so much, or want somebody to be there. But it's fine. What card came out? The Sovereign of Swords. That's the Queen of Swords energy. Let's see if y'all can see it. Kind. Maybe I'll just grab the other ones. No, I'll stick with these because these I actually pulled these out in a dream last night. Bottom of the deck is the Nine of Cups. Um, yeah, I think I almost like cried a few times because I miss this person so much. I'm like, oh my gosh, Patrick, get it together. And I've never been affected by somebody like this in my life. Because usually I just like move on with my life. um, that's fine. So when I first came on, now the Ten of Coins is at the bottom of the deck. Hey, from the Nine of Cups to the Ten of Coins. Um, when I first came live, I was thinking about how that Knight of Swords is missing in my other deck. And then a card came out, and it was the Knight of Swords. And I was like, oh, haha, cute. I was just thinking about you. And then I put it back at the bottom of the deck, and the ruler, the King of Swords, was there. Now the Queen of Swords just came out. So the whole Swords family is trying to make an appearance, which is like, it's time to speak. It's time for communication. This needs to happen. Just lay it all on the line, you know? And I don't know. I've been thinking about a lot. Not a lot. Also, okay, let me try to organize myself 1 second. I grabbed this mango hibiscus tea from the refrigerator, so it seemed like lately even someone like let me stop. I'm sorry. It's so funny to me though. Because I just be like, low key, it seemed like even the electronics are starting to have throat chakra issues. Like the sounds that they make, and they ain't even as clear as they used to be. Now they be all garbled and everything else. um, but anyway, so let's get into where I've been, I guess. So that's been a huge thing for me. That's one reason why I was excited about Venus conjuncting the North Node. So I was just like, what is this gonna do? What is this about? Right, and I just showered. That's why I'm like extra ashy. And I didn't want to get like any lotion on these, and I didn't moisturize my hair yet either because that stuff stays in my hands, and it smells good, but I don't want to get it on the cards. Um, so yeah, I've been having these like really intense, almost like soul cravings, almost for, um, I don't necessarily want to like get all the way into it, but I'm sure y'all could probably whatever fill in the blanks, and if you can't fill in the blanks, then it's not my job to fill them in for you. Vagueness is what we do over here. Vague. um, but yeah, it's been really intense in the past few days, especially the past week or so. It's kind of sort of been ramping up, and I'm just, doing my best to not get consumed by it. Excuse me. Also, I think it was cute that I got into that. What's a word for like speaking your truth side of me for a good minute, and it's not that I'm gonna leave that side of me behind because I know I need it. And that's one of the things that I don't think I ever would have found had things not happened the way that they happened in March. There's a lot that I feel like a lot of people wouldn't have found if March wasn't what it was, and it's not all great, right? Um, but okay, well that was weird. But we're back. OBS has never done that to me. OBS is like, boy, shut up, shut up. um, so yeah, let's be a little bit more vague, I guess, right? What was I talking about? Okay, so yeah, there's a lot of stuff I can't even imagine what my life or what my experience of life would have been if March didn't happen the way that March happened. I honestly can't, and I honestly truly believe that I would not have reached the points that I've reached within my own journey had March not happened. Um, but I also realize and recognize the importance of me coming into everything that I'm coming into. And it's interesting because um, one of my faves on here, she pulled some cards for me a while ago, telling me what point it was important for me to reach. She was like, "It seems like your crew was like they went from being like super proud of you to being not less proud, but it's like you've slowed down." And I was like, "Yeah, I know because last time, the time before that, when she pulled cards for me." She was like, "Oh, your crew is so proud of you. Like they know that they can throw anything at you and you'll be able to handle it." And as soon as she said they know that they can throw anything at you and you'll be able to handle it, I knew that something was coming. Because you don't say stuff like that if something isn't coming. Now, to somebody else, maybe they would have been like, "Oh yeah, like work, I'm fierce, I'm whatever." I was like, "Oh snap, what are they sending?" Because it wouldn't have been said that way if something wasn't about to happen. At least not to me. And March happened. And it honestly took me a minute. I don't think I've ever been shaken like that before, but I also know that I've never cared about anybody like that before either. So, not surprising. Um, but also extremely important because, and I've said it before, like if it wouldn't have happened the way it happened, then I wouldn't have moved in the way that I moved. I wouldn't have reached the heights within me that I've reached um, if it didn't matter, you know? So it was like, in the, oh, yeah, okay, so that's another dream I had last night. I just remembered it. But yeah, so I guess I'll go to the dream real quick. This will just be a stream of consciousness, y'all. Excuse me, it's going to be one of those. So if I do feel like I do something significant, or if I get into like a spread, I'll timestamp it in the description as always. Also, I was talking to my girl the other day, and there'll be times when there'll be things that I know I need to do. Because Spirit will tell me, we'll have a whole conversation about it, and I'll be like, "Oh, okay, cute," and then I won't do anything. And then I'll talk to her, and she'll say something. I'm like, "Oh, okay, well, there's my confirmation to actually do it." Not that I needed confirmation, but I've been like procrastinating on it a little bit. And so I was talking to her, and I was like, "I feel like you always issue these challenges to me." And she was like, "Oh no, no, I don't do that." And I was like, "Because it's like you say things that I already know I need to do." And she's like, "Oh yeah, well, you do that for me too, like all the time." That's what happened when you have two aligned souls who are aligned with themselves and with each other in some way. Um, and so I'm not going to be pulling free cards on either channel anymore, I guess. I created a Venmo, I updated my PayPal. I had a whole little internal, freak out about it because apparently on PayPal you can't like not have your full first and last name. And I was like, "Oof, girl, maybe it ain't time." And then I was like, "Ooh, girl, it is. Get over it." And I was like, "Okay, fine, whatever." So I'm gonna be updating the description boxes, and it's for, I don't know. I guess it was just time. And I remember a few months ago, I was like, I was using the Spencers, right? And it was like, how much would I charge for an hour? And it said 99. I got two nines. I was like, $99 for an hour. Like that's a lot. And so I'm gonna work out all of the pricing and stuff. Um, or I don't know. I might make it a little like, I don't know. We'll figure it out. She gave me a number, and I was like, "Girl, that's a lot." And she was like, "Well, I mean, for what you do and for what you're capable of, it kind of sort of is like very fair." And I was like, "You know what? You're right. It is fair, but I don't know how I feel about asking for that much." But it's coming to the point in time when that's also a part of like self love, and it's also a part of self respect and stuff like that. To not undercut yourself and do stuff like that. So I'm gonna be figuring it out. But back to this dream last night. I saw like Goddard from Jimmy Neutron. I don't remember fully what was going on. I don't know. I don't remember the dream. It was like I was outside and something was happening. And then it was like I was playing a game. There was this one dude. Oh, so some of the dudes that I used to kind of sort of crush on a little bit, they started making appearances last night. And Mercury is in like Leo right now, girl. She's not gonna retrograde again until she goes into Scorpio. But I guess it's like sometimes I feel like when I have a lot of these feelings and I try to separate them from the person, then it's like these other people start coming into my dreams. And it's so weird. But then again, it's not. Um, and then every time it's like, no, like, no, no. Like, and then maybe that's one of the things that kind of sort of frustrated me a little bit. It's like, man, I really feel like this one person is it. And I don't know why. I kind of sort of know why it frustrated me. But I'm just like, man, so. Ugh. But that was, in the past. Now I'm okay. I think that was the Four of Swords I just saw. So I was going to hang out or play a game with one of them. And it was like I switched characters because the character that I was on wasn't powerful enough to handle whatever. There was something that was going down. And then I was texting another one of my friends, not really a friend, maybe acquaintances, some dude I know, um, who's really cute. Anyway, that's not the point. That's not the point. Um, and we were gonna like hang out, and he was like, "Yeah, also like," and that part isn't important. We were gonna hang out. We were gonna catch up. We were gonna watch a show or something. Also, like we were gonna get like food, and I was like, "Oh, you can get like a whole pizza for a meal swipe." Back when I was still on campus, um, and I remember I was waiting across the street, and I pulled out these cards for some reason, and other people were crossing the street, and part of me is like, "Why am I pulling cards?" Before I cross the street when there's no traffic and like the walking man is up telling me that I can walk. But I'm like still pulling these cards, and I'm like, I'm not even like using cards right now. I don't know what's happening, but I kept using these cards. Sometimes I feel like I'm just watching myself in dreams, and I'm not even me, because I'm thinking like, what am I doing? Like this don't make sense. But I'm not moving. I'm not doing anything. Um, I'm just still playing with these cards. So eventually, he's like, whatever. That doesn't matter. Well, I guess I talked about it this much, right? So eventually he's like, okay, well, we can do this or we can watch this and we'll hang out as friends. And I was like, okay, cute, work. And then he sent me like some kind of emoji or something. And I was like, only friends? Question mark. But I didn't even say that because I'm just like, that whole situation. One of the things, it's like I've been annoyed on, this is the past more so than now. Um, right? This was all like pre-March, honestly. It was like it was basically March. um, but I was annoyed that it seemed like there was just like this one person. But at the same time, whenever I would think about anybody else, it was like they all fell short. Honestly. Um, and I guess it was annoying at that point just because like I don't think I was fully comfortable with the prospect of needing somebody or being affected by somebody to the degree that I was affected. Because it's never really happened to me before. And I got enough Pisces in my chart that I'm not afraid of being emotional. But I also, like, I have a Taurus moon and a Taurus rising. So my moon is in my first house. And for me, and with that moon being in Taurus, is like, and because of what the decisions I made growing up when it comes to people, It was like I don't want to feel like I need anybody because I have comfort in knowing that, if for whatever reason somebody leaves or if I need to distance myself from somebody, then I'm going to be fine. And that's the way I operated for a long time. And so it was like that wasn't consciously at the forefront of my mind, and it was it's been like tearing down basically as long as I've known this person. So not that long. um, but coming up on a year now. At least at that point. Um, and so I think that's where some of that frustration came from. It was tearing that down, feeling like someone else had the power to affect me, feeling like I was too attached or invested in someone else to the point where if things didn't work out, that I'd like actually be hurt, and I didn't like that, and it was intense for me because like it's been a long time since I've allowed myself to care enough about someone to the point where they can actually hurt me. And it's not like a surface level hurt, right? It's not even like actually hurt me to the point of you know, like destroying me potentially. Um and it didn't go all the way there, but it went close enough for me. And so um but again, it was important. It had to happen. Let me see what this is on really quick. My laptop is starting to make some noises. Okay, it's still in comfort mode. I'm gonna elevate this really quick a little bit. Oh, I'm not using my webcam, so y'all can't even tell, really. But I have a gaming laptop, and so sometimes it'll just like kick up for some reason. And so I gotta ventilate it to get a little bit more air coming in underneath. So I just popped up my little stand real quick. But yeah, that happened, and I mean, it didn't happen, but it got close enough for me. I was like really shook, extremely shook. Um, but over the course of several months, I've gotten my life together for the most part. More so, I've gotten myself together. Um, and I've gotten a lot from that relationship beyond just what um, I don't know. It's like it's a love that continues to grow me and it continues to motivate me. And I feel like I don't necessarily like talk about it as much as I used to. Partly because, like when it like back then like it was raw and then the whole world fell apart. Um and so in the beginning I was like upset that everything was happening in the world. And like I knew that the world wasn't gonna end for me. But I was like with everything happening in the world right now, I feel like I should be able to pull in the people that I care about a little closer. You know what I mean? Like just to, I don't know, hug them and, I don't know. But again, I don't know what, my experience would not have been what it is if that didn't happen. And I'm like fairly certain that I wouldn't have been able to have all of this mental and emotional and spiritual space to myself to process through and reach everything that I've processed through and reached. And so from the beginning, I knew it was necessary. Um, but it's getting to the point now where it's like, are we done? Can we whatever? And again, like I don't talk about it. Did this Four of Swords come back out? It did. The Four of Swords came back out. Those are the two swords. I had always assumed that those were the two swords, but I never saw it. But I see it now. Oops. You see? Yeah, those are the last two swords on the clock face. The top, there's two swords up here. If you can see them. There you go. There's the two swords up there, and then there's like two little tiny swords in the clock face. So it's been interesting. And I love that everyone is having like these interesting dreams right now, because I've had interesting dreams like my whole life, girl. Basically. And then the Conqueror of Wands. That's the Knight of Wands. And we see a snake coiled around these wands and the arrows. Um, Knight of Wands and the Four of Swords. That to me is like preparing to go after it. Um, yeah, I've had interesting dreams like my whole life. Like I remember being younger, and I had a dream of this epic battle with like video game characters and anime characters, and they were all swordsmen. And it was like, you know, kind of sort of the good guys versus the bad guys. Girl, just I had a dream one time where I was like in this kind of sort of hotel looking place, and there was one door. All the doors were closed except for one, and like the Grim Reaper was in there. And I was like, I think I've talked about this before, but I'm like, I'm not scared of you. And he's like, I'm not even here for you. Calm down. I'm just here to talk. And I was like, okay, well, what you want to talk about? And he was like, I want to talk about you. And I was like, excuse me? And so in my dreams with the Grim Reaper, when I was younger, I kind of sort of had a chat with, you know, a personification of death about my childhood. It was interesting. Something about the age of 12 or 11, too. Um, and so I was probably, I think I was in high school, maybe like a freshman or sophomore in high school. Or I could have been in the eighth grade, honestly. Somewhere between like the eighth grade and a sophomore in high school, I had that dream. Um, and I remember it was like November. I was in my room. It was like late November, I think. Mid to late November. I'm in my room just chilling, walking around, doing whatever. And you know, I keep like certain channels just like open, right? Just like always. And it just came to me like we're on our way. And I was like, what? Like who? Who is we? Where y'all going? Where y'all coming from? I was like, I don't know. All I know is like we're on our way. And so every now and then I would check in into that space and just be like, oh, we're on our way. I was like, okay, still don't know what this is about. And it was early this year. It was like, we're here. I was like, what? Who here? I don't know. There's a lot of stuff that I don't really talk about, honestly, because I don't necessarily feel the need to. There's that Four of Swords again. I keep seeing that Four of Swords. Now the Four of Swords is with the Sovereign of Wands. So we go from the Four of Swords with the Knight of Wands to the Four of Swords with the Queen of Wands. Um, I actually do want to grab that title card really quick. Here it is. So somebody's been here for a minute. And it's interesting. I don't know who. I tried to tap into it, and I'll just say it was never confirmed for me. And then, you know, the whole world fell apart. So, you know, I feel like we are kind of sort of in that space of divine judgment. And the proctors of these exams were here before the exam started because, you know, that's how it happens. You know, the proctors, they set up the space. You know, they put all, either they pass out the exams or they have them all face down on the table when you walk in. They already got the board set up, you know, whatever. And so the proctors are there before the exam takes place, so they've been here. And again, I didn't say anything because I don't know, wasn't nobody really talking about it. And I was like, we're on our way. That's okay. Like, who is we? Whatever. And then it's like, we're here. I was like, oh, okay, well, whatever. And then, everything happened. And I've been thinking a lot lately about how we navigate out of this space. For whatever reason. I don't know why I think about it so much. But how we as a collective kind of sort of exit this space. And I've also been practicing this non-judgment thing. It's also been a few days. I decided to start practicing this non-judgment at about the same time I decided to put the cards down for a week, and here we are. It's only been a few days. But because at first it was like, I feel like, as influencers and people with platforms, there's a certain amount of responsibility that it comes with. That was my thing. Also, I know it's the case for everyone. We see what it is that we need to see to get us to be where we need to be, right? We see what we need to see in order to get where we need to be. And so I guess I shouldn't have necessarily taken it to the point that I took it. But if I didn't, it wouldn't have encouraged me to enter the space where I'm actually using my voice, right? But where was I going with that? I feel like that point had kind of served. I feel a few things, honestly. I feel like there's this one show that I watch, and in the show, it's like there's the world. It's kind of sort of linear. Progression in this world is linear. There's an end goal, and there's somewhere that you get, and so we know that one person reached the end. Only one. One person reached the end, and now everyone's trying to reach the end. And so, like, way into the show. Well, like, when you get into the show, you find out about these ancient things, and then there's like one person who knows how to read this language, and that one person just so happens to get on board our main character to get to the end of the world. But as they're going, they're finding these things, and so we find out way later that the person who reached the end of the world the first time reached the end of the world and then found out that they needed these ancient things to do something, and so they had to go back and redo the whole thing. They had to do it twice. And then we find out that our team is on track to the point that they don't even understand, because they've just been doing these ancient things as they come across them, because they have someone who can read it and it's part of her whatever to do that, right? Like, everyone on board has a dream, and so they all support each other in their dreams, because they're all on board the same ship. And especially if it's like right there, it's like, might as well, like, we're already here, right? And they were like, oh, so like you're actually ahead of the ball game, because we didn't know we needed these until we had already reached the end of the world one time, and then we had to go back and do it again. And I feel that, like, again, everything I say on this channel is my personal feelings and interpretations of life. But I feel like that's the case with the way that we look at the world, and when we approach like unity consciousness and what our view of duality is. I feel like if you go through this experience with a collapsed view of duality, where there is no good, there is no bad, there's no right or wrong or young or old or whatever, I feel like you're going to have to come back and do it again, where you allow duality to be what it is. And it's like, if you can save the time, you might as well, right? But also, it's like, if you don't have that person on your crew who's capable of understanding these things, then it wouldn't matter if you encounter all of them on the way or not, because you wouldn't be able to take the information from them that you need. And so I understand what this non duality and what unity consciousness does for people, as far as it being a tool for decency and for other things. But if you can reach the point where you don't have to homogenize everything in order to make it through this experience, you'll get a lot further in the end. It's like you may progress a little more slowly, but you're saving yourself from doing like the trip multiple times. Um, and then like, are you even gonna remember, right? um, but yeah, because I feel like it's so kind of sort of intrinsic to the nature of where we find ourselves, where like everything, I feel like you got to go pretty high up to escape duality, um, and seasons and cycles. Time, not so much, um, not as much, but duality is like it pretty much runs the gamut, because it's almost like that. Like I can't remember in Genesis, but I think the night and the day was like one of the first things that was established. Um, but it's almost like it needed to happen in order to make everything the way it is. Um, and I guess it takes me back to the clock on the Four Swords. If this is the Four Swords, girl, it ain't. This is the star. Okay. The star. The star. Wishing and hoping. Trying to make a dream come true. Death. The star. Death. What else? What else? I need to call my bank today. Um, yeah. And what was I talking about? Yeah, so I feel like, we don't have to abandon duality and separation in order to get where we need to go. Um, and I feel like, if we can sort of make our way and not have to get rid of that, then we get further, like I said. And that's my own personal opinion. I feel like there are a lot of things that are kind of sort of specific to my journey, and I just talk about them as if they are for everyone. And I feel like they could be. I'm just going to say it. I don't know if everyone is necessarily there, but we're all kind of sort of babies down here. And whatever we allow ourselves to be exposed to, it's like, there are some languages that are harder to learn than other languages, but every language is as easy or difficult to learn to a child, like to a baby, right? Most people acquire their first language a lot easier than they acquire any other language. And so it's like, before you get too wrapped up and involved with this one line of thinking, if there's another that gets you further without diluting the experience, then why not try to learn that? Because I feel like at the end of the day, you're probably just going to have to come back and do it without that dilution of the experience. So, you know. But again, there are a lot of things that help people make more, um, to make, there are a lot of things that help people make choices that are more aligned with compassion and kindness than other things. I've never really seen why it's necessary. Because I just kind of sort of try to treat people like people, regardless of what they look like or where they come from. Revolutionary, I know. And so for me, like, I never needed that, like, oh, like, unity consciousness, we're all one. to treat somebody with like decency and respect and to treat them like a person. And maybe it's because I've always, and it's not just that, because there are a lot of people that grow up on the outside, um, but they still kind of sort of, it seems like when people grow up on the outside of things, they find people who are more outside than they are, or who are outside on a different way than they are, and then they just sort of like redirect and channel that separation instead of that sensitivity, right? And I guess more than separation, it's like a denigration, um, right? It's like you jump on the bandwagon of making this other person feel like trash, so you can feel a little closer to what, when still like, and it's very much so this like the way things are, you'll never be accepted as you want. It doesn't matter how many people you tear down or bully. It's like, you're so used to getting stepped on that you try to find someone else to step on in order to make yourself feel a little taller. When in reality, you could just stand and you'd be taller than a lot of people, honestly. Because everyone is like, not even kneeling, they're just like slithering around on their bellies like snakes. And we have legs, we can stand. We don't need to do this. But, I guess you kind of sort of have to have a spine to stand at the same time. So legs don't really mean anything if the bones aren't functioning to the point of giving you like skeletal support. And so maybe it's like what is it? It's like rehab, physical rehab. You know, you go to the rehab, you get rehabilitated so you can learn to like use your body again. Um, yeah, but again, it's I mean, I feel like I'm coming into this space of non-judgment, but there are some things that just are what they are. You know, and it's not necessarily judgmental to call somebody out on something or to speak your own opinion. Um, and another thing that I realized is I feel like I wasn't giving people enough credit for their own free will and for the power over their own destinies. And I can't look at someone who speaks to people and try to make them responsible for the people that they speak to. It's like, we all have responsibility for the things that we say and we do. I know in some places, in some situations, things are set up to where you think you can do and say whatever you want and face absolutely no consequence, but that's not how it really works. And what's especially kind of sort of vile is that, like I said before, we've been in this system where people have been doing and saying things with no physical consequence, but it comes with spiritual, mental, and emotional consequence. But when there's no physical consequence, it's like people get drunk on it. They do more and more and more. They transgress more and more and more and trespass more and more against other people. And without that physical consequence, it's like they don't even kind of sort of really realize what they're doing. But then it's like, some of these people will be some of the most miserable in the world. And then out of that misery, they go even harder in it. I feel like there are so many just little ego traps that kind of really fuel themselves. But anyway, so I feel like, we are responsible for what we say, sure, but we're not really responsible for what other people do with that information. And it's like we are, but we all have our own free will. So it's like, And also at the same time, it's like if something resonates for you, it resonates for you. And if it doesn't resonate for you, it doesn't. So it's like you don't have to tell me to like not do crack. Like I'm not gonna do it. Like even if you told me to go out there and do crack, if you're like go out there and do crack and you'll have this massive spiritual awakening, there'd probably be quite a few people out there doing crack, honestly. But I wouldn't be one of them. Right? Because it's like, I'm good. I'm good. But again, that's not the point. The point is we all have our own free will. And so, like I said, I've been thinking about a lot of things, honestly. Um, some of these things I don't even necessarily fully know why I'm thinking about them. And it's like, how do we really get out of the system that we've been stuck in? And how much culpability, I think is the word I want, do people really have? Ace of Swords! How do we free ourselves? How much culpability do we really have when this is like the world that we've been born into, a lot of us? You know? And when you're raised from a child, and it's like, being raised from a child also isn't always an excuse, because you still within you know what's right and what's wrong. Even as a child, sometimes, especially for certain things, like you kind of sort of know what's right and what's wrong. That's why kids hide some things, right? And there are people in those situations, or in similar situations, who make different choices. And part of it is the fact that, people are different people, but also it says something to the fact that it doesn't have to be that way. Because if it had to be that way, everyone would be making the same choice, regardless of who they are as a person, if it had to be that way. Now, I won't argue that it doesn't make things easier, and so that's where things get complicated. Um, but I'm like, how do we escape this karma? It's like, can we get through it with like, because it's like we're paying interest on things that we, in this incarnation, weren't a part of, at the very least, right? We're paying the interest on that. And so it's like, how do we ever get to the principle when there's been so much interest? And it's almost like, if I owed y'all this money, like, why didn't y'all call me or tell me or do whatever? Y'all just let me rack up interest, and now all of a sudden you want to be like, hey, so like you owe us $1 million. You're like, excuse me? What? Right? And here's that strength card again. Ace of Swords with strength. So I guess the clarity doesn't mean anything if you're not going to do anything with it. And the cutting of the cords and the cutting of the chains doesn't mean anything if no one's going to do anything different. And that's like, you can't just liberate people, unfortunately. I mean, you can, but then it's like, physically they could be in a different space, but mentally they'd be in the exact same. And so I guess it starts with accountability. And that's what we've been doing through different sectors of the world. It started with Hollywood, really. It began with the Me Too movement. And then that got derailed in some ways. But that's, we're introducing the concept of accountability, where in spaces where people weren't necessarily held accountable before. And, that's evolved to different things now. And, ooh, the Seven of Swords. I feel like this is like, some people are just more not comfortable. Some people are fine with blaming other people for why they don't have what they want, or for why they are the way they are. And this is that not taking accountability. So if you don't take accountability, tell them what they're missing out on. Alex, that's too many. Give me like one or two. If you don't, what are you missing out on? Actually, we're going to go through with the other deck, and we're going to clarify these. Because I want to. Yeah. Also, I was watching Rustling Around, and I picked a very interesting door for a very interesting reason, and then a very, very interesting card came out with a very, very, very interesting message. And I was like, oh, this is so like funny that this card came out because it's related to the reason why I picked this door in the first place. Um, he did it for 8/8. Look, bottom of the deck. Bottom of the deck. That Four of Swords again. It's almost time. It is time. It's like the clock is about to resume. And that's another thing like I said, I've been thinking about a lot of things lately. And it's like, well, I don't necessarily think it's completely fair that we have to pay the interest on things that we didn't even necessarily, at least fully consciously in this lifetime, cause. But then it's like, well, does full consciousness in a lifetime matter if you've done the like? That's basically the concept of karma in a nutshell. Especially when it rolls over from previous lifetimes, right? It's like just because you got to reincarnate or just because that one incarnation ended does not mean that your sentence is over, right? But in these incarnations, in these other incarnations, we kind of sort of have the ability to reduce our sentence with good behavior. We have the ability to expand, evolve, and grow. And sometimes that expansion, evolution, and growth, like I said, it can kind of sort of reduce our sentence a little bit. And it does that because, like, if the purpose is to, like how, they say that correctional facilities are supposed to correct, but, do they really? Not really. But if we look at life, I think it's supposed to correct. Because it isn't necessarily punishment for the fun of it. Again, it's to correct, and it's to get us to be wherever we need to be. And there are some people who are just like bad, and it's kind of sort of who they are, right? At least for a while. Some people are like provocateurs and instigators, right? It's kind of sort of what they do. They like to poke the bear, if you will. And it's like, you going around poking bears, and then if you get mauled, you're going to be mad. Anyway. See, did y'all see that? I'm trying to practice non-judgment, girl. I get upset sometimes, though, because I'm like, it's condescending in some way. And it doesn't really serve everybody. And then when you find somebody that it doesn't serve, you end up just looking like a fool. You end up looking like a fool, and you being like, oh, this is just how I do whatever is not, it's not a cute excuse, girl. It's not cute. Anyway. So yeah, I've been thinking about it. And then I'm also like, well, time can't be paused forever. And if anyone would have, then they could have by now. There's always going to be people who, after the boat leaves, they're going to be like, oh, well, if I would have known that the boat was leaving, I would have done it. And it's like, okay, well, tomorrow was guaranteed to no man. So you don't even know if tomorrow's going to happen for you, let alone, like, the next second. You could be like the girl from Dead Like Me, where you just sit standing outside and then an ejected toilet seat takes you out. I was like, oh my gosh, she really got killed by that toilet seat that fell off of one of the space stations or whatever. And it just plummeted to Earth and it took her out. It's like, girl. And it really happened like that. I mean, it ain't always got to be a toilet seat. Anything can happen. But it's like, things can't be paused forever, and it's time to move forward. Also, I've been thinking about how people are like looking at astrology of like 2021 or looking at this or then, and it's like, okay, but if we don't do anything now to get there, then like you think everything is just magically going to happen and take care of itself. It's like, no. And I think that's another thing that I too much haven't seen a lot of people focusing on. It's like the things that we actually do to get to that brighter tomorrow. Like the times, it's like, I don't want to say they're not going to just change, because on a grand collective scale, it's like, yeah, but at the same time, if it changes on a grand collective scale, there's probably people doing something to make things like that happen. Are these all in reverse? No, they're not. Yeah, they are. The Fool is at the bottom of the deck, and The Seeker of Wands just came out. The Seeker of Wands. I see the Seeker of Wands so often. The Seeker of Wands came out for this Ace of Swords. I want another one. I feel like this truth has the ability to really liberate people. Whatever this is, we're gonna do it like this way. Because this will be, the Strength is if you take it, the Seven of Swords is if you don't. So with the Page of Wands, like, that's an ability to liberate people, to pursue their truest desires. But it's like, if someone has a distorted desire, then they're going to continue doing whatever it is that they're doing. And like I said, it's like, you know, you can take the person out of the place, but you can't always take the place out of the person. It's part of that environmental conditioning. You can call it epigenetics if you want. How your surroundings and the food you eat and all these external factors actually have the ability to influence your DNA. And sometimes it's like the epigenetics will outweigh your actual genetics. And so it kind of sort of doesn't matter what you're born to do, what your destiny is or your fate is. If you never do it, then you never do it. And we do have that much choice, unfortunately. And not unfortunately, because it's always very fortunate. And it's interesting, I looked at my my Mayan kin. I'll read it real quick, because I was like, oh my gosh, if this ain't me. This is like literally so me. This is me. And then I read somebody else's and I was like, oh my gosh, that's that person. And it's cute. Let's see. I'll read my Mayan kin real quick. I've been looking at a lot of stuff. And I gotta go to the bathroom. I got to go to the bathroom. I gotta go to the bathroom. Oh, snap. I played a game with this dude. There's this one girl I apparently met on Club Penguin, like the one time I was on Club Penguin, and she found me on like not Club Penguin, and I'm like, who are you? And she was like, we met on Club Penguin, and I was like, excuse me? But we're friends. Now, and there's this other dude I played a game with, and he cool. He cool. Okay, so let me read mine. Where mine at? So I'm a yellow solar warrior. That is me. That's my birth kin in the dream spell. And it says, what's my kin number? My kin number is 256, which is interesting because I lived in 258 for... No, I lived in 260. Or was it 258? 268. I lived in 268 for a minute. 256 is a 13. Yeah, 256 is a 13, which is interesting. Cycle breaker. Anyway. I pulse in order to question. Accurate. Realizing fearlessness. Which, I mean, has kind of sort of become a thing. Thanks to the lions and the tigers. Shout out, especially the tigers. I seal the output of intelligence. Interesting. With the solar tone of intention. Interesting. I am guided by the power of free will. I was like, oh, yeah, cute, accurate. Because I can't really be made to do a lot of things, honestly. I'm not the type of person who you can really convince to do something that I don't want to do. It's always like, yeah, no, I don't want to do that. And I remember one time I was going to eat with some of my friends, and I was like, well, I'm going to go eat at this one place because I'm a Taurus. I was like, well, I'm going to go eat at this one place. And my friend was like, okay, well, let's meet up. I don't think he really wanted to eat at that place, because there was another place that was closer. And he was like, okay, well, let's go meet up with somebody else and see what they want. And that other person wanted to eat at the closer place. And, like, he knew that would happen. And I knew that would happen. And so I was like, well, I'm going to eat at the place that I want. You two can go there if you want to. And they were like, really? And I was like, yeah. And so they went to that place, and I went by myself to the place that I wanted to eat. And I had a lovely meal. And I still enjoyed my time. Like, that's the type of person I can be sometimes. And I'm not always like that. Like, I do compromise a lot. But, they food be nasty. And I was trying to eat. Also, I'm a Taurus. We got the Eight of Swords and the High Sage. Eight of Swords and the High Sage gives me the energy of a prison of your own making. Because with the High Sage, it's like, you know everything you need to know. But with the Eight of Swords, it's like you're choosing to be stuck. And that's this energy. I remember when I said it, it's like things are going to change and turn in a way that you're going to know that the only person that you have to blame is you. There's going to be no one else that you can blame. And, it'd be unfortunate if that happens, but I mean, anyone who's come across me at the very least, I've been doing my due diligence and I've been saying everything I've been saying for a hot minute, starting in January when, it was like, actually December. It was actually December when I was like, coming into next year, it's going to be important for us to have our own internal thing solid, right? If we got to wait for somebody on the outside to confirm something for us, if we got to wait for somebody on the outside to tell us to do something, we're going to be lost. And there are a lot of lost people out there right now. And I got to go to the restroom, so I'll be right back. Excuse me. Contemplate on this energy that you can see. So we have the Ace of Wands, the High Sage, and the Eight of Swords in conjunction with this Ace of Swords. Oof! I almost stopped the stream, y'all. I'm not recording. All right, be right back. All right, I'm back. It's gonna be a long one today, guys. Gonna be lots of rambling and lots of other stuff. I mean, it'll be a minute because I do still want to get to work today. Um, what was I talking about? People who won't take it, even if it's offered, blah blah blah, da 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 da, blah 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 blah. Let's clarify the strength card now. Nope, I'm gonna go for the Seven of Swords first. Let's clarify the Seven of Swords first. For those who will continue to blame others. And one of the interesting things about this experience down here, one of the interesting things about having emotions in general, is that you can blame other people and not be like super wrong. It just doesn't get you where you want to be. Or maybe it does, Not everyone necessarily wants to grow and expand. Some people, I think they honestly do want to. Like, I know that for the greater majority of my life, I wanted to be stuck. I didn't want growth and expansion. Whenever someone was like, Patrick, like, you wouldn't be given this sort of circumstances if you couldn't overcome it. I was like, girl, shut up. You are running against the narrative that I want to have for myself. I want to be a victim. Stop trying to take my victimhood away from me. For a minute, honestly. Because like I said, I'm guided by the power of free will, and I wasn't yet making the choice to no longer be that, and so I couldn't be convinced otherwise. I'm not really the convincing type of person. It also kind of sort of fits with how my nodes are set up a little bit. I just thought it was interesting, um, especially in the way that I am now. Actually, let's look up. I'll do it later. Fine. We'll look up angel number 256. Sure, why not? Why not? We'll see if it means anything. 256. To take hold of the reins and use them. I am part of the problem, not the solution. Ooh, what's the 256 area code? Let's see. So let's get a good location. Huntsville, Decatur, Coleman. What state are we in? What state are we in? What state are we in? I looked up another number and it was in like Florida. I was like, interesting. 256 and 938. What's 938? That's 11 plus 8, that's 19. Is that right? It should be an 11. 9 plus 3 is 12 plus 8 is 20. That's 20, girl. North Alabama, as well as eastern portions of the state. Alabama, not excited about that. Not excited about Alabama. I got family in Alabama. But you know, I wouldn't necessarily want to live though. 256 angel number. Let's see. Angel number 256 is a message from your angels that the changes you are making will have positive effects upon your income earning capabilities, and you are now manifesting abundance and prosperity into your life. It's a 4. Yeah, it's a 13-4. I knew that. Angel number 256 is a message from your guardian angels informing you that your financial situation is about to change soon for the better. Your choices and decisions have attracted wealth and abundance to manifest into your life. Okay, well, I mean, it's not bad. I was just hoping for something like, you know, mystical. It's like, oh, abundance. I'm like, okay, girl, that's cute. Yeah. I mean, honestly, that is really cute. That's really cute. She's gorgeous. Let me not try to take away from her beauty. I'm not trying to be a hater, and I will take that. But again, for me, it's, I mean, emphasis on choice, I guess. Your choices are doing this. I wasn't making choices that did things for me in a positive way for a very long time. The choices I were making were about being stuck. I choose to be stuck. Ooh! Oh. So this is upright. I read all these all upright. The World card. Well, no, the Wheel of Fortune. I'll keep that in reverse. Nah, I ain't gonna do that. Just because it fits the narrative that I want. But see, the thing about the Wheel of Fortune is it isn't always good. Sometimes the Wheel of Fortune can have this sort of karmic undertone to it, where it turns in the way that and it's so interesting, but I feel like, you know, we are so separate from our karma in a lot of ways because of consequence and how consequence has been physically, about how consequence has been tampered with, toyed with, messed with. 11111, wow, interesting. How consequence has been tampered with, toyed with, and manipulated down here to the point where we're making, it's really easy to accrue a lot of karma, massive karma, certainly around certain situations, and to be in this incarnation either rewarded for it, celebrated even sometimes, or just like to have nothing come back upon you. But when wheels turn, and when wheels really turn, like we're coming into like something new. What else for the Seven of Swords? I need to sit up straight. I wish I had a better setup where I could like not slouch as much. Also, there are thorns and a snake on this wheel. So if you have not kept your ego in check, because that's how I'm seeing the Ouroboros snake now. It's like keeping your own ego in check. If you ain't kept your ego in check, Girl, I don't know if you'll be able to make it past those thorns. I don't, yeah, and I think that's going to be one of the biggest blockages to somebody in a Seven of Swords sort of mentality is not navigating the thorns, right? It's like, if you want a fresh rose, it comes with some thorns, girl. Roses got to protect themselves too. You think roses just want to go around being plucked? Maybe that rose wanted to live a little bit longer, like on the bush. Maybe that rose wanted to be free. Now that rose is stuck with you. I'm sorry. Ooh, I'm sorry. Also, I've been thinking about the inner child. The inner child versus an inner being. And if they are the same and if they're different. But I guess it would also depend, right, on who you are. And so your inner being and your inner child may be the same thing. Or your inner being may be like coded or aligned to a certain whatever. I don't necessarily, just because I'm on this channel doesn't mean I gotta go full into like everything that I've been like thinking about, but I've been thinking about a lot, I've been thinking about a lot. I seal the input of intellection or whatever with the power of free will. Choices, we all got them. I just try to make, especially nowadays, I try to make the choices that get me where I actually want to be. Is there anything else for the Seven of Swords, please? Okay. I think this is it. The Seven of Swords, it's not taking power over your own anything. This is the energy of playing the lottery instead of, I don't want to say that. It's like you have a really, really, really good job. You get an opportunity for a really, really, really good job that will give you everything that whatever the lottery will give you. And it's not going to really take away from you. It's going to be work that you actually enjoy, but you don't want to actually do the work. You just rather take your chances. And so it's almost like you're fine living a life of mediocrity and dissatisfaction, but like continuing to play games of chance, continuing to leave it up to somebody else when you don't know if that person will ever align with what you actually want. Because, people, especially some people, they're not going to give you exactly what it is that you're looking for. They'll probably bait you and keep you around, sure, lead you on, maybe, even, but, like, actually giving it all that you want, it's like, some of that stuff you have to go for, and you got to get. This is relying on something or someone else to get it for you, and the divine gives what is earned. And so, sometimes it's a process of earning, not even deserving, but it is. There's a process of earning, but then there's also a process of deserving. But the deserving part is on you. The earning part is what you do. The deserving comes from within. And if you never reach that point of deserving, then it makes it hard for fulfillment in that divine way, at least. But you can find less than divine ways to get that fulfillment. Sure, but then it's going to collect on that. But collecting on that, bleep. Bottom of the deck is the Seeker of Cups. The Seeker of Cups. Cups. Seeker of Cups. Sorry. Bottom of the deck over here is the Seeker of Coins. I never even looked at it. I was like, well, what's on the bottom of the hill? Justice is the first card that came out for Strength. And I love this because Justice and Strength are interchangeable. It's either Justice is the 8 and Strength is the 11, or Strength is the 8 and Justice is the 11. Also, we have the Ten of Cups coming out. So Justice and the Ten of Cups. Love that. For this Strength card. And then we have Judgment, which is also interesting. Many hands make work light, or many hands make light work, is what immediately comes to mind. But then up there, what we see? Some magical little thing with all these third eyes. Oh, I'm getting hungry. I want to eat better. There's no reason why. I keep buying these carrots and not even eating them. Honestly. I'm like, why do I keep getting these carrots? So we have Justice, the Ten of Cups, and Judgment. This is earning. This is deserving. This is fulfillment. So fulfillment requires an alignment between earning. And this is another thing that the systems today have kind of sort of really disrupted. It's like a lot of people feel entitled to certain things, but no one is like, we're not, a lot of things have been thrown out of balance. Cause and effect being one of them, through the space of consequence and transgressing against others. Another has been this what is it? This reward system where it's like there's a disproportionate amount of effort that people put in for a certain payout. And so it fuels entitlement. It fuels the systems that are as they are. Where it's like, some people can kind of sort of do the bare minimum, or honestly do less than the bare minimum, but, a certain amount of privilege will make up for whatever in many spaces, right? It could even be like familial, right? What do they call them, like legacies or something like that in some schools, where like if you've had a parent who did whatever from this school, then it's like you kind of sort of get an automatic pass regardless of if you sort of, I don't want to say earn it or deserve it or not. You got some people paying their way into certain schools, and then Aunt Becky ends up in the news. But the system, the reward system, has also been messed up. And the reward system being messed up further amplifies this cause and effect, this consequence being messed up as well. Like the whole system has just been completely derailed. And that's why over here it's like, it's kind of sort of especially cruel, because again, if you do get anyone who's interested in a certain amount of spirituality, the way that the world is working for the most part, it's like, if you're used to getting things in less than divine ways, where you don't really have to work for anything up front, you just get it and then you pay for it later. And then it's like the divine is like, oh, here, like, come and get this, and you're like, oh, cute, like, oh my gosh, I want it. And the divine is like, okay, we'll give it to you in a few months if you do the work for it. And you're like, excuse me, like, that's not how this works. And the divine is like, yeah, that is how this works, question mark, like, where the divine, what do you mean that's not how this works? I don't want to say like the divine writes the rules, but they are giving it to you, so they decide the terms and conditions under which they give it to you, right? You don't get to define your own terms and conditions and make demands at the same time. It's like, girl, that's not how it works over here. We know that that's kind of sort of what you're used to, but no. And then the person's like, okay, well then, yeah, no, like, I'd rather go back and get it where I was getting it, because it was easier over there. It's like it's bred moral corruptness in so many ways, in so many people. It's quite shocking, honestly, because even the people who aren't like the forerunners still pick up a lot of this not great stuff, right? It's kind of sort of become the way that the world works. But with justice, it's like it's always fair. You get in what you put out. You get in what you put out. You get out what you put in. Goodness. You get out what you put into it. It's like a mirror. And it's like it keeps the cycle, it keeps the wheel turning. And this is why the wheel has come to be what the wheel is. because everything is so garbled and murky and mixed up and confused. And again, it's like you kind of sort of have to admire the craftsmanship of the system in an especially devious and toxic way. It's like they got Daedalus himself doing this. Daedalus is the person who invented the labyrinth, right? Also, the father of Icarus, who invented those wings that they escaped with, but Icarus then flew too high and he plummeted, and then Daedalus was sad. But it's like they got Daedalus himself down here working on all of this foolishness because it's pretty ingenious actually. Because even the like I said, the people who would otherwise escape still find themselves stuck in the labyrinth. It's like you exit one section of the labyrinth, sure, but it's like you're still in it. It's a little bit harder to get out of than we may initially have thought. And it's like, again, it's like, we exit one room and then we go into the next room. And some of us think like we've made it all the way out. And so we kind of sort of build a life there. And then you find out or you discover that, hey, like, you're still in the labyrinth. And then you have this moment internally where it's like either your brain will accept this truth as it is, and then you'll find the strength to basically uproot yourself from this point and then to continue moving forward, or your brain, it'll kind of sort of like short circuit where it's kind of sort of a conscious choice, but it's kind of sort of a subconscious choice where it's like you'll choose to look at this truth as a falsity and just keep running this wheel. And then it's like, well, this part of the labyrinth isn't as bad as that last part of the labyrinth, so I'm good here. But yeah, it's really effed, like really. When you think about, again, just like how a lot of us have been conditioned, and maybe that's why it's like we have such drastic extremes for breaking it. And not that like unity consciousness is drastic, and not that non duality is drastic, but it's like, how much of that are we actually going to find where we're going? Right? Because it is like a quantum leap, but it ain't like a quantum mile. You know what I mean? It's like duality runs pretty high up the spectrum. I don't think we're going to escape duality at 5D, right? We're still going to have day and night. We're still going to have seasons. There's still going to be good and bad. There's still going to be choice. But we just hope that, the higher and higher we go, the more our choices and everyone's choices align to compassion and empathy and stuff like that. And so it's not that like bad goes away entirely. It's just like less and less and less people choose it. And so it's less and less and less of our experience, right? And then it's like people will be looking at people crazy, like, wow, I can't believe you actually did that. Like, hello, what is this, like pre-2020 Earth, girl? Get with the times, sis. Man, I remember hearing like 2020 we work hard, 2021 we sit pretty, and I was not was not expecting to work this hard. But with that judgment card again, many hands make light work. Um, so, but yeah, that's why it's like there are so many ways in which the system is just especially vicious, but it's almost like so bad that again you kind of sort of have to admire the craftsmanship of it because it is effective. It's terrible, but it's effective. But when you break it, It's like it really gives you something. And as a person who wasn't too indoctrinated into all of this, I feel like, me being in the space that I'm in, I'm not even probably going to benefit as much as some other people will. Because again, I wasn't as heavily indoctrinated into this space. I didn't as heavily fall into a lot of this. And so in order for me to be in the space that I'm in now, yes, it required work in my own way, and I've been going through my own little thing. But like for this, it's like it gives you something more because you've gone about it in a different way. A lower low to reach a higher high. And when it comes to like this specific area of things, I've always been fairly like up here because stuff like this doesn't really sit right with me. And I don't like treating people like this. And I can remove a lot of the umbrellas that we kind of sort of put people under, right? And so for me, it's going to be a different experience, even coming out of this. Because again, for me, it was a different experience being in it. It's like, if we're doing like PE and we're running laps, right? But I'm just walking, when the teacher is like, okay, like you can stop, it's going to hit me different than someone who's actually been running the whole time, right? And again, that's not to say that I'm not doing my own work, but there are parts of this that I within myself don't have to break because I didn't participate as much or as heavily. And I think that's another reason why it's important for me to really be in this area, in this mode of non judgment. It's like I can't really judge other people for things that I never went through. I can be a little bit bewildered, right? Like, oh my gosh, I can't believe like people actually bought into this. It's like that one song, "Where's the Love?" When you're talking about, I was on somebody's video, or maybe it was on Twitter or something, and somebody was like, "Oh my gosh, I can't handle another twin flame. Like it's so nasty and toxic and karmic and all this other kind of stuff." And I'm like, "Girl, it's like it became about so much, but like love was never in the picture." And it's interesting because it's like you would think that it is. You would think that, if I tell you this is the person you're going to be with forever, I don't know, there'd be some love in there somewhere. But honestly, again, with this system, there are so many people who end up married to people that they don't even really like fully love for all kinds of reasons. Right. And they talk about back in the day, marriage wasn't even about love. It was about an exchange of property and all these other things. It was more political than anything else, right? And it may have been like interpersonal politics and not country or like grander level, but it was all political. And so I guess it's not surprising that you end up with somebody that you don't actually like love, or you find ways to love, or you find things that you love about the person that you have to spend the rest of your life with. And people get Stockholm syndrome too. So hey, not to say that that love ain't genuine, but people do get Stockholm syndrome. So when you accept something as your reality, your brain naturally tries to cope and survive. Again, not to say that it's not love and that it doesn't become love, but I don't know. It's just interesting how some of these things just like kind of sort of don't line up if you really think about it. But again, there's a lot of pre-programming, preconditioning. It's like the foundation for all of this has been set a long time ago. And the divine agreed to everything that's happening now because it's finally giving us the opportunity to really see through a lot of stuff and to choose to break it, some of us, and for others to choose to not. Okay, that was interesting. But yeah, that's why, like, even if I do talk strongly, I don't judge anybody really because I understand how things can be as difficult as they are. Especially the more I like think about it and dig into it, because it's like, well, If that's literally the system that we're born in, brought up in, and that we're raised in, can you really blame anybody? And it's like, no, you can't really blame anybody, but at the end of the day, people do still have free will. And it's trying to consolidate both, I guess, right? The fact that some things aren't really our fault, but also the fact that we do have free will. And there are people who have chosen routes of self-persecution over harming others. And so again, it's not impossible. And we can look at environmental factors, but it's a very interesting balance. And so honestly, I was like, how do we get out of this? And then like Jesus came to my mind. But Jesus, in the fact when like he died for our sins on the cross, so all of that stuff that we had accrued and kind of sort of picked up, like Jesus took it all on the cross, so that we could get a break. And it's like we almost need a second coming of the Christ right now. We almost need it, because again, it's like we've been so wrapped up into these systems, transgressing against other people, not seeing and valuing people as people, making all of these grand, just like energetically, emotionally, spiritually, extremely damaging things that we've been doing to other people. Some people still don't see certain people as people, and it's like, really? There's been like little to no consequence for some things. Other things have been celebrated. We celebrate war heroes sometimes for the atrocities that they commit. A hero in one place is an enemy in another. And it's like so many different ways, so many different areas, so many different facets of life just completely effed up, honestly. And we just buy into it. And then I was like, see, and then like, but people talk about the second coming, right? They've been talking about it for a while in Christ consciousness and stuff like that. And it's like, what is Christ consciousness really? Because some folks talking about stuff and ain't got a single care in their soul for nobody. And Christ loved everybody enough to bear that for people that literally spit on him, beat him, and cheered his death, and he still took that on for them. Some people can't even wear a mask. Honestly. And you coming into Christ consciousness, but you can't even put a little piece of cloth over your face to protect other people from getting sick or to slow the spread of something. At least to the point where, we can get some kind of clarity and figure it out. But that's the thing about this realm that's so chaotic. More chaos is the solution. And it's like, no, it's not. And again, I'm not going to say whatever is whatever, but every time I've seen the mask brought up, it's more to protect other people from you than it is to protect you from other people. And it is of no shock or surprise that something like that took the way it did in America. Because, again, look at what we do to each other. Who's surprised? Who's shocked? I feel like no one should be. Americans don't care about anybody. 10 of Cups at the bottom of the deck. I take that back. Americans do care about people. They care about themselves, and then they care about, the people that they're born into. And then they care about the people who look like them over the people who don't look like them. And then from there, it's kind of sort of a free-for-all, Because everyone else is other at that point, so then it kind of sort of doesn't matter. It's like, yeah. It's interesting. We're coming into the age of Aquarius. We're coming into Christ consciousness. We're coming into all of this, but people can't do something. People can't minorly inconvenience themselves for the sake of others. Yet, all of these people are coming into Christ consciousness. Okay, yeah, sure, whatever. Like, no judgment. It just kind of sort of is what it is, right? Unless y'all go into the hospitals performing miracles and curing people and eliminating and whatever. Of whatever, right? It could be misattributed. And I think that's also the thing, like, when people die of like AIDS, sometimes they don't die of AIDS. Sometimes they die of like, the common cold or something like that because their immune system is suppressed to the point where it takes them out. And if this is something that suppresses the immune system, if your immune system is weak enough to the point where something else takes you out or where your body can't function, like it doesn't necessarily have to be this specific thing, but it's, because of this, you weren't able to do something else. And so, could there be, sources of death that are misattributed? Yeah, sure. But at the same time, that would be like saying, no one really dies from AIDS. They die from other things. And that's true, but, we still attribute those deaths to AIDS because, of what it does on the body and the immune system. And because of the state that it puts the body in to the point where it's susceptible to everything else. And I don't know. I feel like it was a moment for humanity to rise even in. I feel like there's a way to. I don't know what it was, but I feel like there was a way to be like, you know what, this is real. This isn't real. It's, a whole bunch of tomfoolery, but, we still do this for the sake of, the collective. Right? Or there's something that we are doing besides just not doing anything and pretending like nothing is happening. Because not doing anything and pretending like nothing is happening, that's what we've been doing in a lot of ways. So it's not new, it's not revolutionary, it's not groundbreaking, it's not, I don't know, it's just like it's not what you think it is, I guess. And I don't know, like I said, I don't mind putting myself at a minor inconvenience for the sake of, people that aren't doing the same. Because if I had my kindness and compassion based upon, the actions of others, I'd be in that space that I was in for a minute. I want to get 2, at least, clarifiers for each card, please. And then we're just going to go through this and we're going to see what's up. That's more than 2, but that's fine. So we'll get 3 on this one. That's fine. But yeah, it's just, I don't know. And that's what came to my mind when I was thinking about it the other night. It was like, Jesus was the answer in the Bible. But I'm not about to be, and I don't even think that's necessarily possible, but even like spiritually, energetically, like, oh goodness. Am I taking all of these? We'll look at these 2. We'll take these with this. And then we'll put these back. Ooh, if that death card come out, I quit. Like, in my dreams, like on the astrals, energetically, like, was I fighting on behalf of other people? For a long time, yeah, but I haven't really been doing that lately. Honestly. And it's because, we got to do it for ourselves. The cards that came out are Judgment and the Sovereign of Wands. The Queen of Wands and Judgment. Ooh, many hands make light work. Again. It's interesting. I was trying to click into someone's video one night, and it wouldn't let me. Every time I came in, it was like black. And so I turned off the data on my phone, or I turned off the Wi-Fi on my phone, and then I came in, and then it went black. And I could see people replying. I was like, oof. Somebody really don't want me in this space. That's fine. But Judgment and the Queen of Wands, I feel like that's the energy of... Because with the Queen of Wands, it is about us accepting our light and our dark. But just because we accept our dark, just because we accept our shadow, just because we accept our ego for what it is, does not mean that, like, we give up on any kind of, like, self-improvement or anything like that, right? I mean, maybe for some people it does. Like, I am who I am, and if you don't like me, then, whatever. And I do say stuff like that, but at the same time, I try to not be garbage. And so when I say I am who I am, I try not to use that to justify, not great behavior or potential or uncaring or unempathetic or whatever, right? To me. And then we got our last 2. Thank you. Wow, you actually cooperated today. Thank you. Bottom of the deck, we have the Seeker of Swords. So we got the Seeker of Swords, at the bottom of this deck, and then we have the Ten of Cups at the bottom of the other. I'm not timestamping any of these. It's fine. I guess I could timestamp this since I just said it. So let me get this in here real quick. I'm actually just going to pull up the video and edit it right into the description right now. Because, you know. And on my Legacy channel, I finally put a profile picture up. And I didn't really have any, so I just picked one. And it's me in like a Santa Claus hat or whatever. That's way too small for my head. Excuse me. What am I going to title this? We'll say Rambling and other stuff. Rambling and Where My Mind Has Been. It's like when something's like clockwork. It's like even if something is bad, it's not that you admire it. It's just like, oh, this is especially just like vicious and nasty. I don't like it at all. But like, man, it's really it's something. It's like, I mean, work for me to do, I guess. It's like, oh wow, like you're really not making this easy, are you? It's like, no, because if it were easy, then it would defeat the point of life. Hello. So we'll say 147.11 because I like that. I like it like that. Okay, so let's get into this. Only one of these cards is face up. The other ones are face down, and I love that. Again, at the bottom of the deck, we have the Seeker of Swords, Seeking a Truth, and then we have the Ten of Cups. Now, I feel like that's the thing about the Seeker of Swords. You don't necessarily know if they like the answer that they find. And it could be the case, kind of sort of like the Matrix, but it's also a thing in other things, I think, where it's like you have someone who's exposed to a truth that then they don't even want. And it's like, I'd like to forget now, please. It's like, well, you said you wanted the truth. And it's like, okay, well, I also thought that, you know, I don't know, the truth would be something at least mildly enjoyable. I didn't know it would be this miserable. It's like, okay, well. All right, well, we got another one. Plug them back in. It's like, yep, that's fine. And I don't think things are necessarily as bleak on the outside, but it's like you also don't really get away with as much on the outside either. Because you kind of sort of got to take accountability. You kind of sort of got to work for the things instead of just being given the things. And that's not really how things have been working down here. And the things that do work like that, we typically say we don't like. Also, I think my mom said the Starbucks opened up in my hometown, so I'm excited to get my matcha lemonade. Sorry. But I am. I love my matcha lemonades. Okay? And it's a summer drink. So the first card we have is... It may come as no surprise to you if you've been watching. The Four of Swords. Time is about to resume. I see the swords now. At first, I assumed that they were on the watch face, because where else would they be? But now I actually see them. They're actually on there. They've always been there, and we have the Seeker of Swords right here. So things are about to resume. Actually, we're going to get into the book for only these up here, and then these will still go off of whatever. I do want to see what the bone is, because there is a large bone. Just... Sorry. There's a large bone just like, you know, back there. You see that? It's like a femur. Just running behind all these swords. The bone is Bones, physical body, feeling, grounding, and earth. So the earth itself has kind of sort of stops. If the earth if the earth is the ship, and if the ship had a consciousness, and if the ship knew that it was heading into a storm, the ship could pause before you head into the storm. But the ship can't necessarily communicate via language necessarily with its inhabitants, with its passengers. There you go. And so, to communicate the fact that it's heading into a storm, it will come to the edge of it and it will wait. It will give you as much time as it can to prepare because it's like you have a destination in mind. The ship has a destination in mind. The ship, with its consciousness, it's like one of those self-driving cars, right? And so it knows what time the event starts. And we may not necessarily like the moment of pause that we're in, but the ship kind of sort of has the final say because it's self-driving and there's no way to do it manual. So you kind of sort of just got to put up with it. But it's like if the ship is stopping, it's for a reason, right? If you're in a self-driving car, your self-driving car is stopping for a reason. There's somebody in front of you, you're at a traffic light or whatever, right? It ain't like, your self-driving car is just, stopping in the middle of nowhere because it's plotting and conspiring with somebody hiding in the bushes, coming to get you, coming to spook you, right? If your self-driving car stops, it's for a reason. If the ship stops, it's for a reason. And so it's like it's taking us to the brink of this storm before we go through it. Now, either the storm will clear or the storm will head in a different direction and then we'll continue like the storm is a stoplight, right? Or we're just going to head into the thick of it. And the ship stopping on the edge of the storm is its way of communicating to us, hey, we're about to go into something a little rough, and this is the only way I can communicate it to you. A little bit of turbulence. I can communicate choppy waters with turbulence, right? And I feel like that's kind of sort of what's happening. Because it's like Earth, it's feeling and it's grounded. And it's like I said a while ago, for those who navigate out of the mists, before they clear, then they'll come into a certain amount of whatever. And to be truly grounded is not necessarily to be unaffected or to not go through anything, but it's to go through something and not be uprooted, right? It's not necessarily to distance yourself from everything and to not feel anything. Not necessarily. Maybe for some people that is the way. But I will again say that's not necessarily the case. Because when I look at a tree, the strongest trees are the ones who can go through the storms and still stand. Otherwise, the tree is just a tree, Because we don't really see everything underneath. We only see what's underneath when it comes to the surface, or we can make assumptions about what's underneath when, again, in the midst of a heavy windstorm, these trees still stand. You're like, wow, that tree must have an excellent root system, right? The Four of Swords. Oh, wait, can I blow this up? I can! Cute! Cute, cute, cute! That's the Four of Swords. Oh my gosh. And, I don't have to fight with the light. So y'all see that bone? I'm going to zoom in on this. Y'all see them two little swords in the watch face? That's where they were. I knew it. I just couldn't see them at the time. And then there's that femur or whatever, that bone up there. So let's read the Four of Swords. The Four of Swords says, the Four of Swords encourages you to rest and withdraw for the time being. There have been many battles fought, and it is important to relax and gather your strength while you can. There is an acknowledgement of the challenges you have overcome, but it is important to also create some separation. Stress, especially chronic stress, changes our cells, our neuroplasticity, and compromises our health. Relaxing and learning to de-stress is a practice, and you won't be perfect from the get-go. But it is in these periods of relaxation where we are able to gain perspective, resilience, and energy. If you struggle with allowing yourself these periods, consider your associations with rest. How did your parents relax? Did they do it or did they try to fill their time? When you are in stillness, what do you feel like reaching for? Try to bring awareness to any patterns here. Things like meditation, movement but not super intense, dancing, spending time with friends, nature, wait, what? And nature are all helpful. It doesn't matter so much what it is you do as long as it feels relaxing to you. And that's what I've been doing for the past few days. I've been napping heavy. I've been relaxing. Yesterday, I was like, well, I must be preparing for something. I don't know. Maybe the earth is resting right now. Like it's time for a system update. And so for the moment, either, and I guess I did say this a while ago. So it's like either we're going to have to drive the car ourselves while the self-driving car updates, while it checks the maps or the routes or whatever, or we can just sort of wait until it comes back online. But in this moment, we need to be clear, or we get an opportunity to be clear on where it is that we're heading. And this isn't necessarily where it is that we want to head. This is where it is that we're heading. Where our current method of operation, with the choices that we're currently making, with the way that our life is going, like where is this taking us in the future? What is this leading us to? A lot of people are seeing the end of times in so many different ways. And up until this point, it could be the case that there were quite a few things that were more or less static. But it's like in this moment of rest, before the system comes back online, it's like we have a moment where we can talk to the engineer. And it's like, hey, so this waterfall is going to be coming up, and I'm not trying to go down with this ship. So is there any way that we can reroute this thing? And the engineer is like, well, we're already pretty far down the course. If we wanted to reroute, we would have had to, turned off about 100 years ago. And he's like, okay, well, I guess that is a non-option. Well, what else can we do? And the engineer is like, well, we could put wings on it. And I don't know if they would work, but it's better than nothing. And you're like, wings. Okay, we're going to put wings on this yacht. We're going to put wings on this cruise liner, and we're going to fly. The waterfall will still happen, but instead of us plummeting, we're going to fly. And then another engineer is like, flying? Like, really? This thing is pretty heavy. I don't know about flying. And then another engineer was like, okay, well, if we can't fly, what if we can, like, glide? Or what if we can slow our descent to the point where, if we give the whatever a little bit of a boost at the moment that we're going off of the edge of the waterfall, we can kind of sort of maintain our horizontal alignment to the point where it's not like falling due to gravity. And so we have this boost at the edge to maintain our horizontal alignment, and then we try to slow our descent into the water below. So it's not like coming crashing down or whatever. If we can't fly, then maybe we can at least do this. And it's like, okay, that's a little bit more feasible than just straight up flying this huge thing. But it would happen the easiest if we could eliminate some weight. So whatever you don't need, throw overboard right now. Um, and then people are like, "Oh my gosh, but this and my this and my that, and I've done this, and I could never. I'd rather everyone on this boat die than for me to lose whatever it is on here." And it's like, girl, like really? It's like, yeah, I packed a parachute, so I'm good either way. The rest of y'all can die. I'm not losing my stuff. And it's like, okay, well, really, okay. And so, I mean, I guess you got some people who will hold on to their everything. And then you have other people who will sort of let it go. And then for some of the people on the in between, the captain of the ship is like, okay, you know, we will fully reimburse anything that you lose while on this voyage because we'd rather survive. And then for some of the people, that's enough for them to, part ways with some of the stuff that they need to part ways with because now it's insured. But then for other people, they'd still rather, like Mr. Krabs on that one episode of SpongeBob with the worm. And he was like, when Sandy was like, I can help you, that is, if you're willing to pay. Like, if and you're willing to pay. And Mr. Krabs was like, no, you'll never get a cent out of me. I hope that worm comes in here and eats you all alive. And he starts frothing at the mouth, right? And it's like, okay, girl, hold on to your little cash register. Fine, whatever. We're going to do this. And so we eliminate as much weight as we can before. We also have to reconfigure the ship to give us this initial boost. So again, we can fight gravity in that initial moment. Because if we go down like this, and I don't know if it's too much of doing that, because this thing ain't gonna like take off and fly necessarily. It's like the best we're sort of shooting for is gliding or slowing our descent to the bottom, right? Maybe with a huge parachute, maybe with some wings and a huge parachute, whatever. And then that way, at least if we land like this, we can like the buoyancy force will take us back up, and we're not like going down and then just under the water. And so in this moment of pause, I guess that could be some stuff that's happening. Again, I don't know how, but I feel like we don't necessarily have to lose everything, even if that's the course that we were set on. I don't know how this not losing of everything is going to necessarily happen, but I do know that if the divine agreed to this, there's something that will grow us, and we're not only going to lose. But if we're not growing, if we're not seeing whatever it is that we need to see, then it's like, we're still heading towards that waterfall. And I guess time is resuming now because we see where the swords are, or I see where the swords are. And I knew they were there before, but I didn't see them. I see where the swords are now, so time is resuming. And again, this is the first card, so that's kind of sort of the past most energy. Was this moment of pause? Was this moment of rest? Was this moment for you to gather your strength, gather your energy, come up with whatever kind of plan you feel comfortable with? And now we're actually going to this spot where things are happening. Clarifying this, we have the star, the Three of Cups, and the Five of Cups. There's some tears on this Five of Cups, y'all. There's some tears on the Five of Cups coming out of that third eye. I don't know if you can see them. There's my finger. I cut my nails! Finally. There's some tears coming out of that third eye. It's up there somewhere. Hold on, where's my finger? I'll put my finger right on top of it. So when I see my finger, I know it's there. There you go. There you see them, the tears coming out of that third eye. Some of the things that we have to part with, not necessarily pleasant. Honestly, this is about the moment of pause. In this moment of pause, maybe you found clarity. And I love that we have the Three of Cups. We either have 3 cups in reverse or we have 3 cups upright. I think this is an energy of making peace with something. Like I said, there will be some people who volunteer to let some of their stuff go in order to make the ship a little lighter. There will be some people who hold on to their stuff no matter what, and then there will be some people who take the incentive of that reimbursement to let go of some of their stuff. Now, some people are going to let go of some of this stuff, and they're going to claim that it's worth more than it's actually worth, And that is a bit of an opportunistic energy, sure, but if that's what it takes to get people to survive, you know, then that's what it takes. Or are we just gonna let people be out there on their own? This is such an interesting metaphor for like what's kind of sort of actually happening in the real world. But again, that's the point, so it's not that interesting because that's the point. My brain works in metaphors, okay? My Mercury is in Pisces in my 12th house retrograde. so so other people may not necessarily always get it, but I kind of sort of learned with metaphor and just like straight up accepting things and then letting the knowledge build upon itself. That's how I learn, pretty much. I just accept it, and then when you learn more, it's like it clarifies the previous thing, and then it creates this sort of like, oh, that's how that works. Okay, got it, cool. But yeah, so in this moment of pause, there's been clarity with the star card. And then with the Five of Cups versus the Three of Cups, I mean, altogether that is an Eight of Cups. So it is about the voyage, and it is about putting things into emotional perspective with this clarity. And again, with the Eight of Cups, a lot of times I've seen it depicted as someone going somewhere in the dark with nothing but the stars or the moon to guide them. And so you don't necessarily know what it is that you're moving towards, but you know that this, whatever this is with that Five of Cups, you know what's not working with that Five of Cups, and you know what you would like to have with that Three of Cups. So altogether, it is this Eight of Cups, but you have an idea of what you're going towards. You just kind of sort of, you're hoping that it's still there to be claimed. Because if everything is in motion, if everything is in movement, if you go to wherever you saw this star the last time you saw this star, it may not be in the same spot in the sky right now. I'm seeing someone like walking into like a room, and they're like, oh, like it's already gone. And then someone else is like somewhere else. It was like, oh hey, like there you are. Like, oh, I've been working on this thing over here. Like I knew you'd come whenever you came, or I hoped. I hoped. I believed. There are a lot of things that I know. This is not one of those things. I hoped. I hoped and I believed that you'd come. But I needed to work on this. And I was kind of sort of trying to get this ready before you got here. But surprise, this is what I've been working on. It's like, oh, cute. I'm glad I came in when I came in because we need to do a little bit of adjustment over there. And, it's easier to adjust now than it is if you would have, completed it. And it's like, oh, well, I wanted it to be a surprise. I wanted it to be perfect. And it's like, it's perfect as it is, right? Just the sentiment behind it enough is alone. The sentiment alone, the sentiment behind it alone is enough. Now let's do something with this. Let's make it better. Also, I've been having lots of TV show dreams, and I've talked about them before. And I'm always like behind the camera. Sometimes I'm kind of sort of on camera, but it's usually in a role where it's like, oh hey, like I'm someone and I kind of sort of work here, or I'm filling in, or I'm doing something. And I had another dream the other night, and there were like these. Are they called plinths? Is that? I was gonna actually look it up. It might be a plinth. I think that's a word. I think that's the thing. Or is it like a plinth? Let's see. Oh, I guess a plinth is a block that you set like a statue on top of or something. Like a pedestal, kind of. A heavy base supporting a statue or vase. Plinth. It is a plinth. Okay, so I pronounced it right, but that's not what I was looking for. I mean, I guess it could have been a plinth for something. But there were like these wooden beams that were like, there were just like these wooden beams that were elevated off of the ground. And I'm like, girl, I'm going to take my time and I'm going to walk slow because I'm a little clumsy and I ain't trying to be running on these things. But there were two cats on the ground. Oh gosh, I just got like lightheaded or something. Oh, that was, oof, okay, I'm back. That was weird.
there were like these two cats on the ground, and they were trying to like jump up on these, and they were falling short. Oh, it just happened again. Let me stop moving because I'm not trying to get dizzy and pass out. I don't know why I'm getting so lightheaded. But there were these two cats, and I tried to grab one of them because it was trying to jump up here, and I was like, "Here, I got you." And I picked it up, and this thing started like biting my hand hard. Like it hurt, but it wasn't like excruciating pain, but it hurt. And I'm like, I'm not gonna punch this cat to free my hand. So I'm like, I'm trying to pet it. I'm trying to like comfort it and calm it so it'll release my hand, but it was not letting go. I'm like, okay, work. And it was like this like black and white looking cat thing. It was a little chunky. It was cute until it bit me and it didn't let go. Um, but I think like RuPaul was in that dream, and it's not weird because I've been watching like Pit Stop, even ones that I've already seen for some reason, and I've been like watching clips from the show and stuff like that. Um, and then I saw somebody else, a YouTuber, and it's interesting because I've never seen her face, but like I saw her in the dream. I can't remember what she was working on. Anyway, why was I talking about that? I don't know. I can't remember where I was going with that. Oh yeah, this TV show thing. And then I told my mom last night. I was like, Mom, I keep having these dreams where I'm like, it's around TV. And she's like, oh, that's interesting. Like, what are you doing? I was like, I think I'm working. And she's like, oh. And then I saw an ad on YouTube for something. I can't remember. It was like not backstage. It was some casting thing. And they were like, "Oh yeah, I love this. I've been using it, and it automatically like filters out the role that I wouldn't do whatever anyway." And it's like, "Download this. It's so easy to work with." And there was a literal minute where the ad was over, but they're just like, "Download it today." And in the dreams, like I've been on camera, but I always felt like it wasn't my primary role. But then I see this random ad that I've never seen ads like this before. I told my mom about it last night or yesterday. I told her about it yesterday, and then last night, here's this ad about basically being an actor. And I do have a little bit of a background in theater, like I talked about. I typically there's always like one scene where I miss my mark. I'm pretty good with memorizing lines. I remember going to church when I was growing up. I was like really good. I would memorize like my Christmas or Easter speech like that day. And I was so good at memorization that somebody didn't show up one night and they were like, "Hey Patrick, like they're not here, so we need you to memorize this and go up on stage and do it." And I did, and it was like the part that I remember is like once long ago, was it once long ago in Bethlehem, some shepherds on a hill. I don't remember. The lines that I do remember is like, once long ago in Bethlehem, some shepherds on a hill heard heavenly voices fill the air of praises and goodwill. The shepherds came to let us know about the Savior's birth, with him in heaven one day because he's ruling on the earth, or something like that. It was something like that. I think there are some lines that I forgot in there. But it's like, once long ago in Bethlehem, some shepherds on a hill heard heavenly voices fill the air of praises and goodwill. The shepherds came to let us know about the Savior's birth, with him in heaven one day because he's ruling on the earth, or something like that. And I like literally had less than an hour to memorize that and then go up and perform it because somebody else wasn't there. But yeah, then that ad came up yesterday. I was like, this is so interesting. The universe, the world, the spirit, sometimes they just really be like that. And I'm like, what is this? And then it's like, so are you going to refuse this opportunity? And I was like, anyway. Next is the Two of Swords. So we go from the Four of Swords to the Two of Swords. And there's no bone here. There's a little bit of a third eye. There's some ribbon down here. We have these two hands holding these swords. Not that great. Girl, look like somebody might slice their fingers because it's like the finger. Oops, there we go. Too close. The finger is on like the tilt of that blade, if you can see it. Somewhere. You see how the finger is like right on there? I'm like, girl, you trying to get cut? Hello? Also, we see the double moons that we saw on the High Sage. Now, in the SKT, the Spirit Keeper's Tarot, the Two of Swords is very related to like the High Priestess energy. And so it's interesting that it's also mirrored here. So there is this element of a higher understanding. I'm going to read it. But there is the element of this higher understanding here, but it still comes to the point of making the decision. And our decisions are honored. And because our decisions are honored in a divine way, even if it doesn't happen on the earthly plane, because your choices are honored, so too are the consequences and the repercussions of those choices. Hence, in some ways, karma. And now we can always make things worse on ourselves by the way that we approach it. But, excuse me, it also doesn't have to be that bad. It sounds like it's almost time for another nap. I was supposed to be done. Oh no, I still have half an hour until noon. Just kidding. Let's look at this Two of Swords. So this was the moment of break. Again, the Four of Swords was loss, pain, and grief. Nope, that's the three. The Four of Swords was rest and relaxation, which is interesting because I've seen the rest and rejuvenation card recently in some video. I don't remember. Everything will happen in its time, and I'm not going to be overly impatient, but I do really, really miss certain individuals. And I would love to hear from them, but everything in its time, right? Two of Swords is reflection and solitude. Oh. The Two of Swords indicates some denial. There is difficulty in seeing the situation at hand with clarity, which is also preventing you from finding a solution. There are two paths you can take, and possibly neither of them seem ideal, or perhaps you are afraid to address it, but it is time to do so. Getting to know our deeper feelings is healthy and allows us to lead fuller, more joy-centered lives despite moments of discomfort. If you are repressing your feelings, it is time to acknowledge them and give voice to them. Girl, no. I almost just straight up said it too. My heart is saying it. When swords crop up, they can often indicate tension with emotions, but we know there are ways of dealing with this to make it smoother and feel safer for us. First, examine your relationship with feelings, confrontations, problems, and denial. What is the pattern at play? How do they make you feel? After reflecting, try dropping into your body. See if you can locate where the discomfort lives. There may be a place within you that holds some painful experiences that need to be tended to as you create new, healthier patterns. Make sure you find a place within your body that feels safe and secure that you can retreat to when you need to. Ooh, girl. And again, I feel like sometimes I talk about stuff in a way that takes away from the actual challenge in the experience. And part of it is like, because like regardless of what the challenge is, girl, if you gotta, get through the challenge to go where you're going, you gotta get through the challenge. It doesn't matter how hard it is, you still gotta get through it. Part of it is that. Part of it is just like all of the challenges that I've come across in the past over a year and a half of my life, almost 2 years, because I kind of sort of started in November. In the past almost 2 years of my life, there has not been a single challenge that was not worth it in the end. And so it's another reason why I'm just like, regardless of how tough it is, because I remember really thinking, I was like, oh my gosh, 26 was like one of the best years of my life. 26 was hard. 26 was hard. But for the space that I came into, girl, so worth it. Still one of the best, because now I'm in the space that I'm in now, right? And that wouldn't have happened if 26 didn't happen for me. If it wasn't hard, it wouldn't have happened. And again, I'm guided by the power of free will, and not everyone is. So I try to keep that in mind. For me, it's all been choices that I had to make. Like I talked about with the garden and the gate. That garden and the gate is pretty much my mentality. I have to free myself from a lot of things. I'm not really the type of person. I wasn't. I am now. I listen now. But I wasn't the type of person to really. It's not that I wouldn't take advice from others, but I would also be cognizant and aware of the fact that, if you get advice from someone who handles things in a way different than you do, or from someone who's like affected by things in a different way than you are, then for you, it's like nothing is quite so one size fits all. Um, Excuse me. And also, where I was at that point, I wasn't ready or looking to get over the things that I since gotten over, right? Especially years ago, I was choosing to keep myself in those spaces. And then 25 came, and I was like, well, is it fair for me to get over these things that have been holding me back for like so long? Like, I almost feel like I owe it to that part of me, to that depressed, miserable part of me that was so upset by this that like he didn't think he would ever be able to move on. And I almost, that in that transition period, I almost felt like I was betraying that part of myself by choosing to pursue a brighter outcome, a brighter future. It was weird. Almost like it was a different person. I was like, I don't want to leave that person behind. When that person was like the me that I didn't like being. I was like, girl, sorry. Now I'm like, sorry, girl. I'm moving on. I can't. I could. I won't. I won't. It's not that I can't. It's that I won't. I can be honest with myself. I'm not going to do it. I won't. I refuse. I'm not going back there. I could, probably. I don't know. Maybe not. I won't. It doesn't matter if I can or if I can't, because I won't. It doesn't matter if I'm able to or if I'm not able to, because I'm not going to do it. And it don't matter. So the ancestors, like, they knew I was strong and they knew I would get over it eventually. But when she was like, oh, your ancestors are so proud of you. No matter what comes your way, you're going to be able to make it through. And I was like, oh my gosh, what are they about to do? What is about to happen to me? And then they did it. And I was shook. I don't think I've ever been affected by somebody like that in my life. And again, like, I don't, a lot of that, like, I knew it would come eventually. I didn't necessarily know the way. And it's like at one point in time, I knew it would happen. But then by the time it actually happened, I was kind of sort of a little blindsided by it. I didn't expect for it to impact me or affect me or hurt as much as it did, honestly. Because usually it's like I'll get like disappointed or be like, man, like, but like to actually be hurt. But that pain, again, it motivated me to do things that I probably wouldn't have done otherwise. Like, if I didn't care as much, I wouldn't have reached these points. So, all things for a purpose, all things for a reason. Excuse me. And I get that. I mean, I got it pretty much immediately. But I was like, hey, like, I get it. So, like, can we be over this? And it's like, that's not how it works. And then everything started happening. And it's like I said, oh my gosh, right? And it was so important for that space to be there in order for us to grow more into who we are now. And there are certain parts of me that I know, us probably, that had things continued the way they were going, may have never really come to the surface. And it's important for these things to be at the surface. And it's important for us to be these parts of us. Not only for how we show up in the world, but how we show up for each other. Um, and if I think back on, I can't necessarily think back on past lives, but if I think back on the information that I gleaned about some potential past lives, I feel like that was one of the things that I probably never did because I never really allowed myself the space to. It's like I feel like I would have always been caught up in the fantasy, or I would have always been caught up in the illusion. And it's not a fantasy or an illusion when you actually have it, but it's like so focused on that happiness that I refused to see anything outside of that. And even if I did see something outside of it, I refused to accept it. I refused to believe it. And so that is the illusion. When you don't see the things that are as they actually are, when you choose to willingly kind of sort of block and prevent those things to maintain the image that you have. And it's not that sacrifice isn't necessary, but it's like relationships shine the most when people have the capacity to be all of who they are in them. And so it's like if you never really show up fully 100% as you are out of fear of whatever, I don't want to say you cheapen the experience, but you don't really, you're not really able to explore the full depth of that when you're not even being the full depth of who you are, or if you don't even know who you are, right? And honestly, I kind of sort of was getting lost in it, and um, that's fine. But I've had this moment to realize, like, oh, like if I want to actually do it, and there's been a whole lot of realization, and everything happened for a reason, and so I harbor no anything. And sometimes I look back on like stuff I could have done or said or did differently just to kind of like ease the transition, because like I feel like that transition would have happened regardless in some way. And that's another reason why I've decided to, or not decided, but I've also talked about that, right? I know that I see, like we all see the things the way that we need to see them regardless of the reason. And sometimes we see things the way that we need to see it to maintain a sort of facade or an illusion. Sometimes the divine interjects and we need to see things for the truth of what they are. Or it's like we need to see a certain reflection in order to find out the truth of who we are. And it isn't necessarily to hold that projection against someone else, even if that is the way that they're sort of interacting with the space. It's just for you to know, okay, this isn't how I'm doing it, or me observing this is highlighting something within myself. And it motivated me enough to, spur me to action. Partially. I mean, I wasn't fully motivated. It was still a conscious choice. It was like, oh, like, am I really going to do this? Am I really going to say this? Am I really going to send this email? And it's like, yeah, we're going to do it. We're going to say it. I got my PayPal set up and it has my name on it. So it's fine. I texted Emily and I was like, oh my gosh, I can't get my name off of this. And she but I was like, I guess it's just time to go. And it is. So but anyway, enough about me. um but also it's like I feel like I don't senselessly project onto these things. I try to do it to highlight and illuminate certain things. And again, like we're all different people. But if there's something from my experience in particular that you can sort of take, or if it can illuminate something within you, and again, like when I talk about it, it illuminates it within me. And it's like, of course it does, because you're talking, blah, 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 whatever. It's all part of the experience, okay? This is what I'm trying to say. You can take it or not. You can use it to, and again, like I never hope to be the person to like change somebody's mind necessarily. But what I do like doing is providing a different perspective, right? I'm just providing a different perspective, a different way to think of things, a different lens that you may not necessarily be looking through right now. And if you can look through this lens and see something within your own situation that you weren't necessarily seeing before, then that's kind of sort of it, right? You don't have to fully adopt anything. I don't, right? I just use it as a lens, right? I use it as a filter. Like, if I look at it through this filter, what do I see that I wasn't seeing before? And what does that highlight to me? Does that mean anything? Sometimes it does. And again, that's why it's so important for me to at least not be in this space of judgment, right? Because ultimately, at the end of the day, if you resonate with it, you resonate with it. And if you don't, you don't. And if it gets you to see what it is that you need to see, then it's effective, right? So over here, we have the Seven of Wands and the Four of Coins. The Four of Coins, everything is tied up here. Everything is tied up. There are strings connecting everything. We got some crossed roses at the bottom. The love is fading because we're so consumed with other things. We have that might be a bone, but it looks like a nail. That looks like a straight up nail. And they don't have a nail meaning on the coins. Now that's a bone. Looks like a jawbone, maybe. We got a nail, we got a bone, we have some thorns, and then another bone. So maybe that's not a bone, but that looked like a bone. I don't know what that is. Yeah, it looks like it may be part of a dog skull, like part of their jaw with the canine sticking up, if the teeth is still there. Yeah, it looks like a jawbone. And then we got this leg bone. So the leg bone would be like literally grounded, like literally connected to the earth and the ability to stand. The jawbone would be the ability to communicate physical feelings or just feelings in general. The thorns is an element of restriction. The nail is something that holds something down. It's an anchor. The nail is a little anchor, but it doesn't have the weight of a big anchor, so you need multiple of them. It keeps things in place. The topmost coin is the bone, and it's like it's connected to everything else. Even the hands are tied up. There's rose petals falling. Y'all probably won't be able to see that, but you know, there we go. Kind of, sort of, somewhat. I hear the air fryer. Oh, I'm getting hungry. There you go. You can kind of sort of see how everything is just like tied, wrapped up, tied up, tangled it. Like the song said, you got me wrapped it, tied it, tangled it. And then we have the Seven of Wands, which is sort of, it's unreachable. It's beyond reproach, I guess, in a way. And this Two of Swords was about, you know, kind of sort of how we process through emotion and how we process through feeling. Now, the emotions in the Four of Coins are suffering. The roses are crossed at the bottom. There's fallen rose petals all around them. Roses symbolize love in this deck, or emotion. And there's a need, in the past, there was a need to sacrifice vulnerability for emotional stability. But with the Seven of Wands, it kind of sort of left you unable to maintain or reach the greatest of your heights. And so this is a need for a certain vulnerability. The card that we don't see between these two is that Three of Swords. We go from the 4 to the 2, so the 3 is missing. That heartache, that loss, that grief is gone. Now it's just about how we move forward. It's like the pain is gone on some part, but we're still holding on to the ache. It's like a phantom pain. It's kind of sort of like phantom limb syndrome, right? Phantom limb syndrome is when you get a limb amputated, but for a minute you still feel it, even though it's not there. So it's like phantom limb syndrome, but there was like this growth on you that wasn't yours, and so it got excised, it got cut out, it got cut off, surgically or otherwise, but you still feel like it's there even though it's not there. And so it's not even a limb, it's just like a phantom pain. Like I said, it's this phantom pain syndrome where your brain is, since you were so used to, since you held on to, since you were accustomed to whatever this was, it's like the pain is still projected there even though the source of it is gone. This is an energy of self medication. This is why you can't move on, or we can't move on from whatever this is, because we're still medicating in some way. It's like people who get addicted to painkillers, right? Even if the pain goes away, they still want that high from the painkillers. And it's getting to the point where, like I said, it's that phantom pain syndrome. The body is craving that painkiller so much that psychosomatically it recreates this pain. Even if there's no reason to feel this pain anymore, you're craving the medication, and so your body recreates the pain. But if this is about the collective, it's like, are there things that we need to let go of? Yes. Are there things that we need to move forward with? Yes. But it's like there's this phantom placebo. It's like there's this placebo effect in some ways. I feel like in our personal lives it's like these phantom pains, but it's the opposite on the collective. It's like we're projecting healing in these areas where the roots, the foundation of that healing never took place. And so it's like we're getting rid of the pain. We're not feeling the pain anymore, but that whatever, it's still broken. And so you can say like, oh, well, if you don't feel the pain, then blah, 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 whatever. But it's like, yeah, sure. But we also can't walk around broken either, because it's going to lead to further and further fracturing and infractions. Maybe that's the word I've been looking for, infractions. I was like, what's the word for like a weakness in a structural integrity? It's like an infraction. I think that's the word I want. I think I found the word that I've been looking for like months now. Hey Siri, define infraction.
Infraction means a violation or infringement of a law, agreement, or set of rules.
So yeah, but more like, instead of it being like a law, agreement, or set of rules, I guess it could be an agreement. It's like a structural. There have been all these infractions on cosmic divine law. You know, the law of action and reaction, the law of consequence, right? Violating the free will of another, making large transgressions against another to the point where their choice is more heavily influenced by artificial factors that were created to keep certain systems in place, right? Laws that violate laws, laws that violate, like, you know, cosmic law and order. Don't. So interesting, because that came up in one of the things. I was like, you know, I'm gonna grab a water, because if I can't eat, at least I can hydrate. I done got the fancy bottled waters, the one that are a little bigger and they got the little nozzly type tips. Ooh, water always goes all over the place. Anyway, yeah. So it's like on the larger collective, like there's this huge placebo type of thing where we're not doing anything to fix what has been broken, to fix the cracks, but we're still we're operating as if it isn't a problem, because according to some of the systems in place, it's not a problem. It's not a problem if that's the way it was intentionally designed. It's not a problem. It's not an issue, right? It was designed that way specifically for pretty much this purpose in mind, for this reason, right? Oh, somebody cooking. Also, I was sitting on the porch the other day on the Lionsgate portal. I was like on the porch for at least 2 hours. It was like an hour and a half at one point, and then like half an hour to 40 minutes at another point, and then I tried to go out later in the day, and I was assaulted by a moth as soon as I stepped out the door. So I was like, okay, I'm going back inside. Like it literally like flew right into my eye, and I'm like, I'm wearing like y'all see how big my glasses are, like just flew right into my eye. Um, Also, one day I was sitting on the porch minding my business back when the bumblebees were in town, and this bee was just like literally chilling on my glasses, and I'm like, girl, like that's a little too friendly. Like y'all buzz around me, and I don't swat at y'all. Because, I try to keep my cool and my composure. I try to be, we all on this porch. I don't own this air any more than you own this air. But lit on my glasses, like that's too much. I'm sorry. And then the moth is just like flying into my eye. It's like, okay, girl. All right, fine. I'll go back in the house. Y'all can have y'all time out here, and I'll go back in the house. It's fine. But I was on the porch, and I smelled like my great grandfather. And I've never done that before. Like sometimes it's weird. I would smell like my dad's house. There's just get like these phantom smells. I'm like, oh, the smell of laundry just reminds me of my grandmother. So that's one of my favorite smells in the world. Um, but like I'm like with my great grandfather, and it was kind of like a little bit of like their house. It kind of smelled like the vapors from an open bottle of like some kind of alcohol. Very faint. And I was like, is that my great grandpa? And then I saw something later that day talking about a grandfather. And I was like, that's interesting. Maybe it's because I need to dig into that ancestry a little more. I really, really, really want to know what tribe my grandparents came from. I know on one side, I think it's on my mother's side, there's like some Choctaw. But on my mother's father's side, it's like, I don't know. And then we're supposed to be getting in contact with somebody who's hard to reach. And I'm like, man, well, give me the phone number. I don't mind blowing somebody up. Give me a phone number, give me an email, give me a Facebook, because I want to know. And maybe that was the sign yesterday to like, dig a little bit deeper into it. Or maybe not. I don't know why that came up. Because like, I was closer to my great grandmother than I was my great grandfather. And later I didn't see him too much because I was at college for like ever, right? And I could barely understand him. Sometimes. I mean, I could. But yeah, I don't know. It was weird. Or maybe he's just like around. Maybe he's about to move on to his next life or something. I don't know. I don't know. Also, I feel like if I'm being completely honest, and I don't know why I would be, I feel like in the moment, and it may be a little weird, and again, it's like there are things that I wish I could like confirm before I just talk about it, but it's fine. I feel like there's been a certain connection on an energetic level that is preceding the connection on the physical level. I feel like there's a certain commitment that's already been made on the energetic level before it's proceeded on the physical. And I always stand to be corrected, right? And it happened, at least on my part, consciously a few months ago. I mean, it's August now, so that could have been like June, maybe May, like late May, mid May, maybe. And then I remember one day I was doing something and I felt like I saw like an ancestor, just like came to my mind, but it didn't feel like mine. And so it's like maybe spiritually some of the ancestral lines are already merging. So I wouldn't be surprised. And so maybe there's some kind of sort of kinship there at the same time. But it's like I wouldn't know, right? Without confirming anything. Anyway, back to this. So we have the Four of Swords, this moment of rest where we're gathering the strength. We have the Two of Swords where there's kind of sort of this lack of clarity, maybe because we're not giving full into our emotions. And I feel like that's that's the thing here. I think that's some of the clarity that the Star is bringing. Some of it is emotionally linked, but over here, it's like a refusal of those emotions. And again, we have the Three of Cups and the Five of Cups there. And it's almost like someone's like, just give me the word, and I'm like, I'm there. Like, just tell me that this won't be for nothing, and it'll make it a little easier. And the mentality and the mindset that I was in for a long time is like, it's not about making it easy for anybody. We do this the hard way. But it doesn't all have to be hard and difficult, right? It ain't always got to be like that. But it's like I don't want to strong arm anybody either. And that's another reason why I've been trying my best to, when I can't handle the feelings, just like mute them. Because within the past few days especially, it's just been like getting so strong. And before, when I would feel it like this, I would get like impatient and kind of sort of blow up and push back. And I'm trying not to push back but not pull in either. And yeah. And that's another thing in this space that it's interesting and that I don't too much like. Because it's like, who told you that? Or who said it has to be that way? And I'm just like, I feel like I'm reaching that point where it's not like I'm confused. Because I feel like in the past, things were a little more clear. But now that we're getting closer to this point where things are actually going to begin to move and evolve and change, it's like things are getting more and more murky, more and more unclear. It's almost like it's reaching that point where at this point it doesn't matter. Some things don't matter as far as who initiates what. It's like as long as it gets done. Right? And it's giving me, it's bringing the court case with King Solomon, I believe, where there were the two women arguing over the baby, and the King Solomon was like, okay, well, cut the baby in half. You can have this half of the baby, and you can have that half of the baby. And the real mother was like, no, like I'd rather her keep my child than have my baby cut in half. Excuse me. And that's how King Solomon knew who the real mother was, because the person who wasn't the real mother didn't care if the baby was cut in half. Right? And so there's something about sacrifice. And again, it takes me back to that garden in the gate, because with the scythe in reverse, it was like there's something that you're sacrificing, something that you're giving up, but you're not losing it. It's like the space that you create gives it the air in the room that it needs to breathe and to evolve. Right? It's like a potted plant. It's like a bonsai tree. Bonsai trees aren't any different than regular trees. It's just the way that they're maintained and they're pruned and they're kept in these small jars. And so they can't grow to the full height of whatever they would be, or like a bush. It could be a bush that you cut into the shape of a tree, right? It's like it's not necessarily a special seed. It's just the environment that it grew in that keeps it this small. And it's the intentional pruning that also keeps it this small. And, bonsais are cute, but we need to be like, full-grown oaks and maples and willows and dogwoods and, sequoias and redwoods and everything else. And so that's another reason why the space was necessary. Now, this card, I mean, I don't know what it is, even though it's face up. Oh my gosh. I'm so over this energy. I'm over it. Do y'all see that? There you go. I'm so over this energy, girl. It's the devil. I'm so. I'm getting to the point where it's like annoying more than anything, but I guess it is what it is. And I guess we'll go options again. And so we got the devil on this side, and then what's on this side? Temperance. On this side is the Two of Wands. So on this side is the Two of Wands. Let's see if I can get this. If I hold it like this, sometimes it actually shows up a little better. There you go. You don't get the full rainbow effect, but the Two of Wands. This is the decision to move forward. This is that staying stuck to whatever, right? And there are certain things, it's like it won't let go until you've let go. And then once you let go, then it's like, ha, almost got ya. And it's like, yeah, you almost did, but you didn't. And it's like, man, you're too good for me. You're too good. Like, I can't trick you up. And it's like, okay, be careful. Don't get too carried away because, you know, he might be playing defeated now, but he might have something special on that but coming at you. So don't get too proud because, you know. But at the same time, it's a tool for human growth and evolution, honestly. And it comes through the form and the shape of hardship. Because again, it's like it's like we're naturally buoyant, right? And so the further we're pushed down, that's just, you know, the faster that we're going to shoot up to the surface, right? And it's like if you push it down enough and if you subject it to enough pressure, when you release it, when it goes back to the surface, it may actually breach the water and, you know, pop up into the air for a second. Right? And maybe once it pops up into the air, maybe it won't want to go back into the water. But if you're not going to go back into the water, then you're going to be subjected to an even greater force and to an even greater pressure. And it's not something that you can't overcome. Honestly, it's something that you're destined to overcome. But, you know, choices. I feel like, because, I mean, it was about 2 years ago, a little bit over 2 years ago now, when I had my first experience with marijuana. I was in California. It was legal. It's now legal where I live, but I don't participate. But I had too much of an edible, and it took me out. It took me out, and I'm like, I didn't even know you could hallucinate on marijuana, because nobody ever told me. But apparently the edibles will F you up. And the edible F me up for a few days. I was on the couch. I missed LA because of the edible. Because the day after I had it, my mom and my auntie and my grandma, I think, went to LA. And then the day after that, my cousins went to LA. And I was stuck on the futon both days. Just trying to get it out of my system. Girl, it really hit me. And my cousin was like, oh, you're a big dude. It ain't going to affect you like that. You a big guy. Like, you're big. You'll be fine. And I ate half of that thing. And I was like, I'm about to get effed up. And I know I shouldn't listen to this man right now. But you know what? I'm going to do it anyway. But the experience that I had, it was so interesting because I was shown like these timelines. I feel like I had an experience of oneness and expansion on these edibles, and it was so weird. And I think that was before that was before I started. I'm pretty sure that was before I started. So I guess I would have had that experience in like July 20th, 18. 20th, 18. What is that? I would have had that experience like July 2018. And then by October 2018 was when I had the dark night. November 2018 is when I decided that everything would change. 2019 is when I got really intentional about it. So I guess it would have happened like July 2018, that same year where everything changed. And it was like, and the reason why I had, like I said, had this experience of like oneness or whatever is because it really, it effed me up. And I'm like, in that moment, I'm like, I don't know why anyone does this for fun. I am not enjoying this. I feel like I can't even move my body. All of my joints are like tingling. This is so annoying. I hate how I'm not in control of my body right now. I'm like, why do people do this? I'm like, who enjoys this? Absolutely no control of anything, and I hated it. And I don't know, I don't too much see myself having control issues because I feel like I don't enforce the control that I have over myself onto other people. Like if I projected it onto other people, then do I have control issues? Like, yeah, sure. But when it comes to me and myself, like I like what I like and I don't like what I don't like, and I'm not gonna do something that I don't like. Right? Is that a control issue? I don't know. Maybe it is. Could not move on this futon. My little cousin was driving me crazy because she would keep making this noise. And it's like things would happen. It's like she would leave and then she would come back and she would start making this noise. And I'm like, because she would do that, I felt like I was stuck in a time loop. And no matter what had happened, she would leave. My other cousin was there. He was laughing at me. I was like, I know you're recording me. I know I'm paranoid about a lot of stuff right now, but I also know that you're recording me. And he was like, no, I'm not. No, I'm not. I'm not recording you. I was like, and my eyes were closed, right? Because I was trying to limit as much sensory information coming into my body as possible because your girl was going through it. And so I'm laying there with my eyes closed. I'm not moving. I'm not doing anything. Can't even really move because my whole body is just like tingling or whatever. I literally had to crawl to the bathroom that night at like 3 to 4 in the morning. It's fine. And he was recording me because I was like, hey, like send me that thing you're recording. He was like, all right, bet, here it is. I was like, see, I knew you was recording me. Anyway. But she would leave, we would talk, and then she would come back in and keep making the same noise. And so I felt like I was stuck in a time loop. And it was like no matter what happened in between those loops, and then it reached the point like I knew she was going to come back and do it again. And it was driving me crazy. I was like, somebody needs to take her upstairs. Somebody please get her away because I'm over here losing my gosh darn mind and she's not helping. And she was like, what, maybe 2 or 3 or 4. She was like 2 or 3, I think, at this point. Maybe like 3.5. She's also a Libra. Her brother is an Aquarius, and her mama is a Gemini. And my poor cousin is a Taurus, stuck with all them air signs. I'm like, how did that happen? It's fine. But anyway, so, and then at one point, my cousin comes back. And my mom, she comes into the room. She's having a good time. She's like, son, are you... Well, she's also afraid because she's like, I keep saying I'm mad. I'm like, I'm so mad. I'm mad because I couldn't control, like, my body. And I couldn't be like, hey, I'm done with this experience. Like, can we stop now? Like, I'm done with... That's the reason why I don't ride roller coasters. Because if you don't like it when you're in the middle of it, you can't just get off. And I was on this roller coaster that would not end. And it infuriated me, honestly. And she was starting to get concerned because, you know, like... I had anger issues growing up in the past. I'm not growing up in the future. I mean, I guess we are constantly evolving, so it's possible. I had anger issues when I was younger. I haven't had them since like 5th grade. And, you know, I've come into all of who I am now. For the most part, I think there is still some of that I need to not work through, but we all cope and like find different ways to survive. And my way of coping and surviving was to go super hard into Libran energy and just like over justify and over explain anything and everything to keep me from getting upset, right? And so I don't have any issues with it now. And I think one of the things that I didn't like, or one of the things that also made me the most upset growing up, was not being listened to. Right? I feel like that upset me more than anything. Like that would push me over the edge. Like if I was already upset and then I wasn't being listened to, it would just like I would just like melt down. Now I just walk away and I don't too much deal with people who like if you're not going to listen to me when I'm upset, then we're not going to be good for each other, and I just leave. But anyway, she was concerned that I was so mad, and then my cousin comes in, a different cousin, but another cousin who is no stranger to the pharmaceuticals. And in my mind, I'm like, oh my gosh, he's just gonna come in here and say everything that I'm already feeling. It's like that wasn't even my cousin. Like that was another aspect of me outside of me to explain to me what I was going through. And it was so weird. That's why I say like I had this little brush with like oneness, cuz I in that moment I was legitimately like this man, cuz I heard him come back. And I was like, he's about to come into this room, and my mom is still in here, and he's about to talk about everything that I'm going through. And he did. He was like, oh yeah, like, you know, when it happened to me one time like this and blah 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 whatever, and so he probably like blah 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 whatever, and I'm like, yep, keep saying everything that I already know I'm experiencing, me outside of me. You ain't slick, y'all me, everyone in this room is me except for that little girl who's driving me crazy making these noises. And so after that, after he left, I was like basically, I don't know, shown these timelines, right? Because of my little cousin. But then it was like shown to me when everybody else left the room and all of the external stimuli were dialed down. Then it's like the inside just like kicked into overgear. And so I was shown these like timelines, and it was like this one that was 2 windows, and then another one that was 3 windows. And between, it's like when you're editing when you're putting like movie clips, or when you're editing a video and you're putting the clips together, and then there are transitions between the clips. And so like there's this clip, and then there's that same clip with the transition and another clip, and then there's that same clip, a transition, this clip, a transition, and then another clip. And so it's like there are these different timelines, but they kind of sort of build off of each other. And then there are these nexus points, these transition points that are kind of sort of fixed, but everything can kind of sort of like happen differently in between these nodes. But it's like if you don't do this, oops, sorry. It's like if you don't do this, then it doesn't unlock that. And so I feel like certain things are fixed, but it's possible that for whatever reason we don't hit this node, or we don't hit the correct node that, you know, plays the next scene that we want. And so there are certain things that are like ours, but if we don't act in alignment to, I say all of that, I tell that whole story just to say this. If we don't act in alignment to get to the next node, if we don't act in alignment to get to the next nexus point, if we don't act in alignment to get to the next transition, then the scene afterward will never happen. And so, is it fated? Is it destined? Yes, but we also have free will, and we also have free choice. And what that choice does, it is like it will navigate us to or away from certain points. And so that's why there are certain things that I feel personally, there are certain things that are for us, but we can still miss it, right? How many opportunities have, like, you know, you've missed out on? I've missed out on a lot of opportunities because of that stuck space I was in that I already talked about, right? And it's not like just because I missed it doesn't mean that that wasn't for me, or it doesn't mean that it was mine. No one took those from me. I just refused to accept them. I forfeited the opportunity. And you can forfeit anything that's yours, right? It's yours. You don't have to use it if you don't want to. You can throw it away as soon as you get it. You can set it on the shelf and forget about it. You can do whatever you want with your stuff. There are like a million things that you could do with your thing. There's a million things that you can use. Like you can use that thing in a million ways, and never in the correct way, or in the way that gets you to the next nexus point where you move even further into the aligned future that you want. It's like your timeline can end up here in one scene because when it comes to this transition, you never really take yourself there. Um, Come on, train. My train, like my mental whole train just like completely disappeared. It didn't even derail, like the train just disappeared right off of the tracks. That happens sometimes. Um, Choices, nexus points, decisions, fate, destiny, the things for you, you pass them by. Yeah. It's like you can use that thing in a lot of ways that don't get you to where you want to be, and then there's a few ways that you can actually use it, right? And just because you never pick something up doesn't mean that it like wasn't yours. Just because you lose something doesn't mean it wasn't for you. So on one hand, I believe like yes, there are certain things that, you know, if they're for you, you'll never lose them. But just because you never lose them doesn't mean that you ever use them. And whenever you're talking about other people, whenever you're talking about relationships, both parties have free will, and that free will is always respected, right? That's why I never feel any type of entitlement, or like I don't feel like anyone has to reciprocate the feelings that I feel. And so like when it comes to me, like rejection isn't something that I too much like fear. Honestly, I've had more of a fear of acceptance in my life than a fear of rejection, because like I've always had more of a fear of venturing outside of my comfort zone than staying in it. And so if I get rejected by somebody, it's like my life doesn't change. So like I'm comfortable with that. If I was accepted by somebody, then all of a sudden there's a lot of change happening in my life, and it's like, oh my gosh, I don't even know if I'm ready for all of that, but I also have these feelings at the same time. And so I'm getting annoyed with having these feelings but not wanting to like do anything with these feelings. And so I'm going to talk about these feelings, and then I'm going to hope that they're not reciprocated so I can continue to live the mediocrity that I'm living in peace. And then it's like, oh, the feelings weren't reciprocated, so you know, haha, what are you going to do? Guess you just got to get over it. And that was my life for a long time. So, you know, and then to come into a space where, you know, that wasn't necessarily the case kind of sort of threw me into a little bit of a tizzy, honestly. But I had also been learning to navigate and handle things as they come. And so I wasn't completely thrown off guard, but because I was still in the space of trying to like be the best that I can be in every moment. And so I had a little bit of I wasn't completely wobbly, but also at the time I wasn't fully ready either. um, Now more so than anything, ready to begin. Like for realsies, right? For realsingtons. Um, Still don't know a lot. I don't think I necessarily have to know a lot. I feel like there's a lot being prepared in secret that I don't necessarily know about. I think I'm gonna like it when it happens. I'm pretty sure I'm gonna like it, and so I'm not necessarily overly concerned about it. And I'm choosing to focus more on the things that, you know, I can do, or the things that, you know, I'm still preparing for within myself, like getting to know more of me and getting comfortable with, you know, being whatever. Anyway, getting back into this. Um, yes, there are certain things that like, and again, when it involves other people, if you don't use it, you lose it, right? Nothing really sticks around forever. And, you know, it's like in Halloween Town, there's that one dude who, for all of the things that get lost, they like end up in his house. It's kind of sort of like that, right? It's like there are certain opportunities that we sit on for so long. It's like by the time it comes back to our remembrance, when we remember it, that's when it's gone. It's like the moment where it changes possession from our hands to the place where everything ends up, all of the forgotten things end up, or the lost things. The moment where it goes there, when it arrives there, it's like, oh, like what about this thing? And then you look for it and you can't find it, right? You don't want that to happen, and it's not to rush anybody into anything. But at the same time, it's like if you're ever looking for a moment where you have everything completely figured out, if you're looking for a moment where you're completely ready, it probably isn't going to happen, because that's not really how growth works, right? It's always a step outside of the comfort zone, more or less. Some things are always going to be a leap. And that's why not certain people, that's why some people never really align to certain things because it's always a leap. It never really comes within your bubble, right? It entices you to grow and expand further beyond. And so some people just choose to live a life of stuck.
Well, wait, let's read this double card. I gotta go to the bathroom again. Actually, I'm gonna go to the bathroom again. I'll be right back. Sorry. I don't know what it is about restrooms that just like improve cognitive function, but I go to the bathroom, right? I wash my hands, and it just hits me. It's like, what if I'm mirroring to somebody else right now? And me distracting myself from these feelings could be mirrored on the other side of someone else, like trying to distract themselves from their feelings, or trying to like shove it into like a smaller box, like not that much. That's too much. That's too much. And then nothing ever happens. I was like, wow, that would be tragic. I feel like I'd be waiting forever, right? And that's another thing that it's like, I guess the question is like, how long will you continue to wait? But I'm about to open some peanuts, so because I'm hungry, okay? It's like, how long will you continue to wait? But I also have to ask that question to myself, right? But when I ask that question to myself, I'm like, well, what am I waiting on? What am I not like moving on? I feel like there was a moment of pause for a while. And it's time for things to resume. Like I said, like I don't dictate anything. I just try to think with my other mind sometimes, a lot of times. And so it's like there was a moment of pause for a while. Sure, that was cute. It was necessary, right? But so it's like, I don't know what am I waiting on? And I don't know. It's interesting, y'all. I feel like I was doing so good. I was doing so good. I'm like, oh, I'm not confused. I'm not doing this. I'm just, doing whatever it is that I need to do in these times. But then I guess it's like, well, what do you want to do? And it's like, well, that's a no-brainer, right? Like everyone knows what I want to do. Or who. I'm sorry. Right? Oh, I got these lightly salted ones. And when they say lightly salted, they were not playing. But it's salted enough. Also, like,
I was in a sugar rush for a few days. I went to the store and I bought so much sugar. And then I was sleeping a lot. I'll just have these moments where like I'll go like a few weeks without eating like any sugar really. And then I'll just like crave all of the sugar. And so I'll like for like a day or two. Like I had a big box of honey buns, bought a big box of Star Crunch, got some double stuffed Oreos. The Star Crunches I weren't a fan of, so I gave those away. The honey buns were really good and they weren't too sweet, so I loved it. The Oreos, I got double stuff and it was too much stuff, so you know, I set those outside because I didn't want to eat all of them. But anyway, yeah, I went to the bathroom and I was like, well, if you're trying to mute or minimize feelings, then maybe it's being done on the opposite end too. But then it's like, part of me is like, well, I don't know what else to do. Another part of me is like, I don't want to live with any regrets. Like, I've lived with enough regrets. I gave regrets like 25 and a half, like 25 and a half years, girl. Regrets had, she did her thing. It's time for, like the other girl to come on stage now. And yeah, I don't know. It's interesting. This whole thing is interesting. I don't know if I'm necessarily going to come into anything as hot as what May and June did. Like, there was a minute where I was like, I don't even see anything else happening. I'm going to look and see what my card for... I was going to look at it last night, but I never did. Look and see what my card for September is. Because my card for August is interesting. My card for July was also interesting. My card for June, I used the Vice Versa Tarot to pull for months, and then I used the Wild Unknown to pull for zodiac signs. My card for June was the Ten of Swords in reverse. Was the back of the Ten of Swords in reverse. And when I pulled the cards around the eclipse and the Ten of Swords came out as the card for that eclipse, I actually pulled the eclipse card in the month of the solar eclipse. And I didn't even realize it until after it had passed. I was like, oh my gosh, I pulled that for myself. But it was in reverse for me instead of upright. I don't know. I don't even know where my phone went. So, here it is. Anyway, all that beside the point. Let's get into this. Let's see what this devil energy is about. By this point, I'm just annoyed. I'm like, you know what? If I gotta keep seeing you, we might as well just hit that play button. I mean, it's been long enough, right? We're like over halfway through 2020, so if folks were gonna do anything, like, we would have started by now, right? Some people are just gonna miss the boat. It doesn't matter how long you wait for them, right? I used to be like that, not trying to kick it into high gear until the boat is actually leaving. It's like, you had all this time, and you want to wait until we pull off to try to come to the stand with the ticket. Girl, we called the last call like 10 times, so we don't even feel bad. The devil is shadow, choice, and illusion, and I love the element of choice. The Lovers is choice. The devil has the Lover's chain, so I guess it's of no surprise. Right, let's see if the Lovers list choice as one of the keywords. The Lovers, deep connection, love, and sacred relationships. So no, they don't list choice. But the Lovers can also symbolize choice, so hey. So, shadow, choice, and illusion. While scary at first, the devil card really carries the message of illusion. Somewhere in your life, you are believing falsehoods or are being influenced in a way that can cause real harm. We talked about that. The subconscious is being fed here. Whatever it is you are buying into is coming from a need or compulsion from your shadow. An often used example of this card would be addiction. The wounds held in the subconscious need the band-aid of substance. We may tell ourselves we feel better when under the influence, but anyone on the outside can see that as fiction. But this could also be a relationship. You may be trusting someone, but they are actually manipulating you for their own personal gain. This could also all be internal. Isn't believing you are unworthy a falsehood? In all of these scenarios, deep work is required. You must confront the deepest layers of yourself and your past, then question all the things you thought to be true. This can be painful as we often begin seeing the darker nature in others and ourselves, which can make us feel cynical. Allow yourself to approach darker nature in others and ourselves, which can make us feel cynical. Wow. Allow yourself to approach this work with a sense of curiosity and non-judgment, but do not treat it lightly. It is absolutely necessary you do this work. It's absolutely necessary you do it. You got to let the stuff go. And it's interesting because it's like everyone on the ship. Remember I was talking about those nexus points? There are some people on the ship who at this nexus point, they're going to choose to give something up. There are other people on this ship who are going to be incentivized to do something up. And then there are going to be other people on the ship who, regardless, don't give anything up. And they're going to be counting on other people giving up enough stuff to make the ship light enough to float without them having to give up anything themselves. And so it's like we're all on the same timeline until we hit that waterfall. And when we hit that waterfall, that's when that nexus like kicks in. And for the people who chose to give something up, they'll have an easier time floating. And for the people who depended and relied on other people giving stuff up to float, they're going to sink. Or they're not going to have as easy as a time. Because again, the choices that you make up here determine which route you take down here. Either you're going to glide up here or you're just going to go careening right off that waterfall, right into the water. And not only are you going to lose all your stuff, you're going to lose your life or yourself too. Right? It doesn't necessarily have to be your life. It could be your light, right? The things that we give light to will continue to shine, right? The Akasunare. What did I put? I think it was that. And then it was last night. Like I said, I've been taking a lot of naps. I've been enjoying it too, high key. But then I stay up longer than I want to at night, and that's a little bit annoying, but it's fine. The things that we shine light on are the things that continue to shine. So it's almost like a battery. It's like, or like those things that glow in the dark, right? It's like they soak up light in the daytime, and then at night they release that light. Yeah, it said dawn. I was like, Aksunade is dawn? That's interesting. I could use a little bit of dawn. Oh, we got the 5 of Wands and the 10 of Cups. Both of these eyes are looking in the same direction. I don't think I've ever noticed the third eye at the center of this 5 of Pentacles, or the 5 I don't think I've ever noticed the 5 of Wands. I don't think I've ever noticed the third eye at the center of this 5 of Wands. Goodness, can I talk, please? I don't think I've ever noticed that before. Because the last point is the point of spirit. So it's a pentagram on this card instead of a pentacle where you put spirit up top. This eye is focused on earthly things. This eye is completely disregarding spirit. It's looking up. The point of spirit is at the bottom. I don't know if I'll be able to get it to show. Oh, wait. There we go. See the third eye right there? And then the point of spirit at the bottom? It ain't even looking at that point. It's focused on everything earthly. And then we have the 10 of Cups here that's focused on this northern star, but not the southern one. It's like you're only getting half of the equation over here.
And that's because for some people it really doesn't matter. Spirituality is a means to an end. Just like how some people use religion to um, back up whatever it is that they already think, especially when it comes to bigotry and hatred, right? It's like some folks are their most religious when they got somebody that they want to hate. And then it's like, well, in the Bible it say this, and in the Bible it say that, and in this book it say this, and in that book it say that, so you wrong. And it's like, okay, well, where are you at on everything else that book is talking about? Where's the part about like love and loving your neighbor as yourself and treating people with kindness and decency and respect? When it comes to those parts of the book, all of a sudden you don't know how to read, apparently. And then comes to find out in like the 40s, 50s, or 60s, the Bible was rewritten. They took out the word for pedophile and put in homosexual, right? And then if you look at the Catholic Church and what some of these people in the church have been getting up to, it's like, okay. First of all, I wouldn't trust anything written by a man to accurately reflect anything divine. I just wouldn't. Like we're naturally flawed, right? So how is it, there's always a filter that we put on things. There kind of sort of has to be, because the divine is like all encompassing, first of all. And we're a singular entity with a singular experience and a singular mind. Now, it could be based in a collective pool of different experiences, sure, but how many of us are open to those other experiences, really? So personally, I was just like, you know what? I'm going to trust the divine that I talk to and the divine in my own heart more than I trust the book that some people cherry pick and choose when to follow and what to follow and whatever. And then some people will cry about how just because they take a label of being in a certain religion that they face judgment and persecution, but they use that religion to primarily judge and persecute other people. It's like, you want to use this as an okay to judge and persecute other people, but you don't want to be held accountable for the things that you're doing in your own life when you're using this to denigrate other people. Like, okay. That's the me in spirituality, right? Some people don't actually care about the root of it. It's just like it's what it gets them. Even if what it gets them is like some kind of spiritual ability or something like that. I'm a psychic, I'm a medium, I'm clairvoyant, I'm clairaudient, I'm clairsentient. I talk and see the fairies and this people and them people, and I get orders from Galactic Command themselves. And it's not to make light of any of that, because I'm sure, there are people who are really out there doing it. But there are some people who do it for like the sort of prestige that they get from it. And from that, oh, I can do this and you can't type of energy, right? It fuels the ego. It's just like a different sort of sector of the world of ego. Why do I do it? I don't know. I mean, it's kind of sort of always just been my life, honestly. And I know that there's more to life than what it is. Like, even when I was a kid, I didn't know what it was. But I'm like, there has to be more to life than just this. Like, this can't be it. Like, this can't be it. This can't be real life. And then you grow up and you find out that it is real life, but that there's more to life than meets the eye at the same time. And so then over here, what do we have up here? The Two of Wands. Over here, where we have the Devil over here. Right. Excuse me. This is about choosing a particular point of view under this energy to kind of sort of like, and that's what I said about the people who will move from one area of the labyrinth to another area of the labyrinth. And they'll be like, well, this area of the labyrinth isn't as bad as that area of the labyrinth. And so, like, I'm good here. Like, I don't really need to go any further, right? You get stuck in the second frame, and for some people, the second frame is okay.
For other people, they'll proceed to the third frame, right? So for this Two of Wands, oh, we got the Seven of Coins and the Pillar. We got that Empress energy. And then we have the Seven of Coins. And I love the Seven of Coins in this deck because we got our Tooth, which is about wisdom. We have the Roots, which are about sort of like connectedness and communication in some levels. We got the coin or the diamonds that are about abundance in the physical body in some ways. We got the Two Roses that are about love. And then we got the Seed that is the beginning of all of that. And then we got the whole gosh darn Empress and the Pillar. Let's see if I can't get these. Oh, wow, look. You can see them. Yes. Ooh, girl, they're showing up real nice. Thank you for cooperating. This is what you embark upon. But it's that growth. It's the Seven of Pentacles. It's that we don't stop type energy. Because I don't know if it ever really stops. And that's not to say that you don't reach a sort of end goal, but there's always more to do. There's always more to life, right? And so, you know, don't make the mistakes that I probably made in past lives where you get a little bit of happiness and you hold on to it forever, and then you consciously decide to stop doing what it is that you know you need to do. And so then you lose your happiness and you don't feel great. That's why we gotta keep it moving. You gotta keep it moving. You gotta keep going if you want to keep it. Right? It's like the manna for the Canaanites. When they was like, I don't know how we gonna eat. As if the Lord wasn't feeding y'all every day. As if the Lord was not feeding y'all every day. Then it's like, well, what if you don't feed us tomorrow? So let's hang on to it. And then it rotted. It grew worms and stuff. It's only good for today. Right. This sale ain't gonna last forever. Hello. I would take it while it's easier now. And it's not like easier now does not mean it's easy at all. Easier now means that there's a little bit more support and a little bit more resources being given to the collective of those who actually want to sort of like ascend and do stuff, right? That's what easier now means. Whereas, you know, doing it later, you may be on your own. But, I mean, if the clock is resuming, I don't want to say it's too late, but it's like, it's the Aksunade energy. It's that dawn, right? It's like we got stuck in the night for a while. And, you know, there are some people who got over their fear of the dark because it was so dark for so long. But it's time for the sun to shine again. Akusunare. Akusunare. Mm-hmm. Okay, so we're going to be getting these final messages. I kind of want to pull the Magical Dimensions Oracle cards and activators, but since I'm technically still on my little break today, I only did this to see if maybe the cards will come out with whatever I've been forgetting to tell y'all. Because like I high-key that go back to sleep, and then I'll have a whole dream and then forget. Or it's like I'll get out of bed, and if it's not my first intention to like write it down, then I'll forget. And high-key, I was laying down after Akusunade. I wrote that down, and then I went back to sleep, and I was like, wow, you really ain't like telling them what it is you need to tell them. I was like, well, what am I supposed to be saying? I was like, all that stuff that, you know, has been shown. I was like, well, I forget. I was like, yeah, I've been actually kind of forgetful lately too. Kind of, sort of. And it's like less forgetful and more like the things that I'm not prioritizing, I've been forgetting. And so I need to rebalance those priorities. There's a lot coming, okay? And there's a lot that I'm trying to just let go. I do got 2 Capricorn placements in my chart, and I got Earth. I do got loving Earth. You know, Taurus is probably one of the most... It's probably the wettest Earth sign, because it is Venus. You know, Capricorn is Saturn, so that's a little dry. And Virgo is Mercury, so that could go either way. Probably go both ways, but you never know which way the wind is blowing. It's like you can have two seeds that you plant literally right next to each other, and one of them will grow like it's in the middle of the desert, and then the other one will grow like it's in the middle of the rainforest and just shoot up, and you're like, is this not the same earth? Hello? I don't know. Maybe Virgo ain't like that. I don't know too many Virgos like that, honestly. The Virgos I know are pretty cool. You know, I ain't date none of them, so that could be a whole different story when you're talking about a relationship. Because even my best friend, I don't know. It's like, but I can be the same way. Like the people who I'm just friends with, and the people who I'm like just acquaintances with or whatever, like I hold them to a different standard depending on how close they are to me and like what you're supposed to be doing for me. Okay, so this is the only card gonna come out. At the bottom of the deck is that Five of Cups. Sometimes you gotta know when to hold them, and know when to fold them, and know when to walk away, and know when to run. Sometimes you know, but you just gotta do it. Sometimes you know, but you don't. You're just like, oh yeah, but I don't want to. I don't want to hold them. I just want to fold them. Ooh, who this? The Ten of Swords. The Five of Cups and the Ten of Swords. Sometimes you just gotta do it. And I think this is the card where they have the eyes on the hands and they're being pierced. No, it's just piercing the hands. No eyes on the hands, just piercing the hands. So we have 8 swords, which is that imprisonment on the hands, but then we have the 2 swords. And we have the third eye focused on the 2 swords up top. See it. And then we got all the swords piercing the hands down here. It's almost like somebody about to discover some kind of like telekinetic superpower. They're going to untie themselves with their minds. I mean, it's kind of sort of that. And it kind of sort of is a superpower because it's really going to teach you how to balance that relationship with your mind to the point where you're working with it instead of it constantly working against you. I am actually going to pull some energy oracle cards because actually I might not if they're not like right here. Because I thought I put them like on top, girl. For the cards that I use like all the time, I tried to just keep them on top. So I can just like pull them right out. But I don't know if I necessarily did that. So, because I just went through this box looking for them cards I'm missing from the Mystic Mondays, but they still decided not to show up. So, oh, it's right here. Look. I want to get one card for the Dark deck, please, to clarify that Ten of Swords that came out as the final message, just to give us that final message a little bit more oomph or something. Just to, I don't know, I just feel like, I don't need a reason, shoot. I just want to pull one of these, okay? I haven't been seeing the Temple Path lately, and the Temple Path was coming out like all the time for that one moment. It was like, girl, well, either you on the path or you ain't on the path at this point. And we all on the path. Either you've chosen the different path to get up to the temple, or you've chosen that one that kind of sort of just continues to wrap around the mountain. Still on path, because you can still get there from that path, but it's a little less direct than others. I almost took that. Oh, snap! Oh, snap! It's the card that was gone for a long time. The man holding a heart. Okay, girl. Well, hi. Hello. I've missed you. Hello. It's me. It's been a while. Okay. Anything else, or is this it? Oh, well, sure. We'll look at it. Oh, I'm mad. That card made me so mad. I got excited. I got excited for like half of a second. That made me so mad. I'm so mad. Bottom of the deck is the Door to Value, which is cute. This card. Oh, I'm so upset. I'm really upset. That upset me. I gotta drown my sorrows in some of these lightly salted, dry roasted peanuts. Okay. So we got the yin and the yang in reverse. The yin and the yang in reverse speaks to yang cycles, and it's a cycle of action. Something needs to happen in order to make this happen. Actually, since the Door to Value is at the bottom of the deck, I actually like this. Because this is what came out. And I was like, oh my gosh, is that the woman holding a heart? That's the woman holding a coin. She holding her coin purse. It just looked a little red. Look at this. I was like, oh my gosh. No way. And then it's like the woman holding a coin. I'm like, boo. But I actually love that with the Door to Value. Because that's telling me that someone is learning their worth. I think someone has learned their worth. And now it's time to act upon it with it being in this yang cycle. I'll actually read that. I think yin and yang is number 22. Yeah, it is. Okay. Because I know upright it's the yin cycle. And when you're in a yin cycle, then it's like, oh, girl, like, all you got to do is be receptive. But when you're in that yang cycle, you got to do something. So that's a time of action for sure. He is a man of action. He is a man of valor. What is valor? Like, I know what it is in context, but by itself. Because if I'm thinking of courage and bravery, valor doesn't necessarily align to that. Hey Siri, define valor.
Just a moment. Valor means great courage in the face of danger, especially in battle.
Oh, so it is courage. But I always thought that valor was like, because with courage and with bravery, I feel like there's an emphasis on like overcoming fear. But with valor, I've always felt it just like as like a, it's like, yeah, you're being courageous in this dangerous situation, but you're not really like worried about it. Like, you know, you're going to be okay. With like, whereas when it comes to like courage and bravery, it's like there may be a little bit of, you know, like, oh my gosh, to it. So this is active and logical instead of passive and intuitive. This card reverse reveals a yang cycle, which is one of active, outgoing energy. This time calls for a more logical approach to things, but the logic needs to be applied to purposeful action. This cycle is often marked by creativity and new beginnings, sometimes with significant outer change. Let yourself apply more forceful energy to the task at hand and take advantage of this highly charged yang time. I am open to understanding the cycle I am in, and I am willing to utilize its energy beneficially. All that I need is already part of me, is the affirmation here. So again, it's like that Four of Swords, Two of Swords kind of like that Four of Swords time of recharge is over. That Two of Swords time is kind of sort of now, and either you'll double energy, not really do anything, or you'll Two of Wands energy, go out for that thing that you know you need to do. We're in this yang time, right? It requires action. That Ten of Swords with that, what, Five of Cups, it's like the past is the past is the past is the past. It already happened. Get over it. It ain't going to undo itself. What you can do is move forward in the future in a way that, like, that's how we make up. We make up for the past in the future. We make up for the things that we didn't do by beginning to do them now and by continuing to do them. We can't go back and unwrite things that have already been written. But we can write ourselves into another direction. We can write ourselves into a redemption arc if we think redemption is something that we need, right? We've already been redeemed through the Redeemer. But it's like we were redeemed in order to just get back into another mess all over again. It's like, okay, girl, whatever. Work, humanity, yes. But I guess that's what happens when you kind of sort of try to go in and do everything for everybody instead of. I mean, it's like he went in and he did it for us, and then, through the legacy of his action and through the books, it tried to inspire us to be better, but we just kind of sort of cherry picked with that. And I don't know. People keep talking about the age of Aquarius, like, oh my gosh, it's coming and it's gonna be so beautiful. But it's like, yeah, it will be, but like, it's gonna be because we make it beautiful. It's not just gonna, do itself, because we have free will and the divine doesn't just go down there and mess with things. It encourages us to do it ourselves, because when we do it ourselves, it's sustainable. The divine teaches you how to fish. The less than divine will give you a fish and then overcharge you for it. Right? You can see how one of them kind of sort of keeps you more dependent than the other. Right? With the divine energy, it's about getting you to be independent in and of yourself. And so you ain't got to constantly keep, going back. And you can really, be in your power or claim some power. It's like cute. But like in a good way, right? In a way that you're not like taking advantage of people and doing like Jeff Bezos-y type things. You're not doing these billionaire things where you're like, profiting off of the capitalizing on the whatever of other people. Whatever. Okay, final message, please. We'll take it. I'm trying to drop it. Does anything else want to come out? Ooh, girl, that's a lot. That's a lot. Ooh, that was a lot. Oh, it's only like 3 cards. Or 4. Fine. We'll look at it. Bottom of the deck is that Seeker of Coins again. Page of Coins. Looking for a new experience, are we? But to have a new experience, this card tells us that we need to take the tooth with the key. We got to take the wisdom out of everything, and that wisdom will be what unlocks these new doors. Alright, so before I even read these, just go ahead and give me some oracles, please. Well, first, we'll start with this one. I know I be talking crap sometimes about reversals, but it's like, if a card really want to come out in reverse, believe me, it'll find a way to come out in reverse. It will fly out of the deck and turn upside down in midair and land exactly where it needs to be. And you'd be like, wow, like I wasn't even reading reversals, and then you just turn it up right. Hey, there's yin and yang again at the cut. I think it's still going to be in reverse. So we're still in this yang cycle, not yet in the yin cycle. So you got to do stuff. Unfortunately, well, yeah, sometimes you just got to go out there and sometimes you got to do stuff, right? Especially if you claim to be sovereign. It's like, well, rulers got to rule sometimes. You don't just sit in the throne room and, get fed grapes and get your feet massaged or whatever the Venusian fantasy is. I was listening to, I think, Opal Oracle, and she was like, Taurus, you need to take a lesson from Venus, or take a lesson from Libra. It was like, Libra is a stronger Venus than you. And then I thought about my Libran friend. Maybe that's why he think I'm like, Taurus is the strongest Venus. We the stronger Venus. It's like feminine Venus, girl. Libra being the stronger Venus than me. Let me stop. My Jupiter is in Libra, okay? And I'm a Pisces, so that's one of my ruling planets. And it's also retrograde. Oh, goodness. I mean, hey, it makes sense. Okay. Yep, there we go. Perfect. Thank you. Bottom of the deck is Journey. Wow, this card is beautiful. It's number 2. I've never really appreciated the beauty of the Journey card. We got Yang in reverse before, A Time for Action, and now we have Journey at the bottom of the deck now. So, especially if you've already, sometimes discovering your worth, door to romance. the door to spirit, the door to romance, and then strategy. Usually I don't know how I feel about the strategy card, but this is divinely inspired, so I ain't gonna be mad. The door to spirit, the door to romance, and strategy. Girl, this is real interesting over here. There's 4 cards. Oh, that's fine. We'll just throw the hermit away. But look, we have the death card with this hermit. So we're going to take death and the hermit as 2, and that's going to be like this door to spirit. Because it's about coming out of this cycle with all of the knowledge that you gained on the inside, but with the journey card, all of this is going to be about applying it. And again, in the yin cycle, we are receptive, we learn, we take it in. In the yang cycles, we do something with that knowledge, right? And so now it's time to do something, right? And it's, what did I say? The things that you shine your light on will be those that continue to shine. So, I'm going to take a sip of water. I already got to go to the bathroom again. It's fine. Let's get into this. So the first card that came out is the Hanged One. And the Hanged One came out with the Cornucopia in reverse. Now, Hangman energy I like in general. And I think Hangman energy can be the energy of something that's before its time, right? It's like a lot of times we see Hangman energy and it's stuck. And it can be stuck. I think this Hangman energy is speaking to what will happen if we stay in that yin cycle. And if we don't come into this yang with the cornucopia in reverse. It's time for this Hanged One to apply their knowledge. Right? Because it's like you're getting to the point where the blood is going to be rushing to your head and you're going to be a little delirious. And so before you reach full delirium, like partial delirium is fine because then that'll give you the access to the magic. You got to be a little crazy and a little out there and a little weird and fantastic if you want good things to happen, I guess. But you don't want to be like too far gone at the same time, right? Like we still need, the mental functioning of all of the capacities and the facility and everything like that. We still need to be like, able to perceive parts of reality and to really bring in and to change things. Because if we live in a reality that only exists within our own mind, then I guess like what more can an individual ask for if you're experiencing all that in your own mind? But it's better to bring that into reality where other people can see it, be inspired by it, and blah blah blah, whatever. Right? So it's time to act. It's time to do something. And it's the journey. I feel like if we look at the hero's journey, there's that phase where you come across your compadres, your friends, your compatriots, your comrades, your allies, and you do whatever. You make that little journey together, and you learn stuff. But then there's also a part of the story where you kind of sort of go off on your own. And then, depending on the story, there's a part where you come back together, stronger than you were before you parted ways. Because there was something within you that you needed to really work on and hone. But it's like you're fighting your way back. And there's also going to be like a little bit of like, look at what I picked up while I was gone. Look what I can do now, right? Or look what I no longer do now, right? Or whatever. But it's time to act now. What's at the bottom of the... Oh, it was the Seeker of Coins with the journey. Yeah, it's time to allow your wisdom... To allow the wisdom from the experiences that you've had to unlock these doors moving forward. And with this Hanged One right here, there's a lot of wisdom and a lot of illumination that's happened. But if you don't do anything with it, it's like it's not a passive process right now. It's active. Now we're coming over here to the Hermit and the Death card, clarified by the Door to Spirit. The door. This is saying that like when you went down, it's like you found everything that you needed to. But now it's time for you to come back to the surface and it's time for you to do something with it, right? that's when spirit really moves through you. It's when you're interacting with the world around you. And then when you're interacting with the world around you from the basis of this expanded foundation that you have, it's like it cements that information. It's like if all we did is like feed information into you and we never tested you on it and you never needed it, you'd probably forget if you never used it. But there's something about using it that really cements it in the brain, but also it gives you an idea of how to work with this in a practical means, like in an actual real life everyday sense. And I think that's the Virgo energy here, but also the Scorpio energy here, and that's the sextile opportunity between them. It's these opportunities to apply this deep spiritual, this deep self, whatever, in a way that actually affects and transforms not only your life, but has the ability to impact and transform the lives of other people as well. And I'm seeing this like these little pockets of green in this card, like right here and right here. And it's like that's where the heart shines. Oh wow, you can kind of sort of see them. Work. So next with the door of romance, we have the ruler of swords. There's that king of gosh darn swords. Speak that truth, baby. Come on, baby. Speak that truth. Speak the truth. Claim your prize. You know, the door is open. The window, the door, the floodgates. You know, we done everything that we needed to do in the dark. Now it's time for us to come together in the light and embrace each other right for the light and the dark. Right? Everything in equal measure. Or not in equal necessarily. Everything in proper timing and proper measure. Sorry. I'm just zoning out a little bit over here. Oh my gosh, it's a lot, y'all. It's a lot, but it's fine. Yeah, I mean the Ruler of Swords with the Door to Romance. I feel like there's been a lot of things that have been highlighted, and then we have this upside down rose. It's like when you have so much to say, but you don't even know where to start. It's like for me back in the day when my room would get like really, really messy, and I would be overwhelmed by the amount of stuff I had to clean to the point where I didn't even know where to start. And so sometimes the hardest part is just beginning. Now I'm seeing like some pink and some red here, a little bit of blue, a little bit of green here. There's been this fundamental understanding. And like I said, it's like there are certain things that really cement and grow upon themselves when you're in the space of doing it. The truth just needs to be spoken. Like my girl Natasha B said, the rest is still unwritten, but just because it's unwritten doesn't mean that we can't sort of like, you know, let the sun illuminate the words or whatever. Right? And is this the sun right here or is this the Hierophant? No, it is the sun. This is the sun right here. Like when she said, what did she say? Y'all know the song. Open up the dirty window. Let the sun illuminate the words that some. Oh, no, I'll just look at the lyrics. And then here we have the strategy, right? With the quill and the scroll and whatever. You don't want to overplan to the point where you never do anything. Because again, we're in a yang cycle now, so there is an element of preparation, sure, that needs to be had, but it's also about doing. And all aligned with no action is, you know, there comes a certain point where if you're all alignment but no action, you fall out of alignment. Because part of that alignment will eventually lead you to an action. And if you never take that action that you're being aligned to take, you can kind of sort of see where you'll fall off, right? Open up the dirty window. Unwritten lyrics. Let's see. Staring at the blank page before you, open up the dirty window. Why did it say window, window, window? Girl. Staring at the blank page before you, open up the dirty window. Reaching for... Hold up, wait. Reaching for something in the distance, so close you can almost... Oh no, that's later, right? Where is it? Or maybe it's a little later. I am unwritten, can't read my mind. I am undefined. I'm just beginning the pens in my hand, ending unplanned. You don't need, like... You don't want to overly, like, everything doesn't need to be planned or penned. Where's the part with the sun? Staring at the blank page before you, open up the dirty window, reaching for something in the distance, so close you can almost... I thought it said something about the sun. Girl, there was the sun in here somewhere, or was I just hearing things? Here it... Why? Oh my gosh. It's literally right here. I don't know why the other one's... Okay. So, staring at the blank page before you, open up the dirty window. Let the sun illuminate the words that you cannot find. Reaching for something in the distance so close you could... Why was that the only line? Why was that the only line that they were not giving me? Really? That was the only line that was... Oh my gosh. See, I'm losing my gosh darn mind. I'm losing my gosh darn mind. Let the sun illuminate the words that you can't find. No matter how deep in the dark you search, only the sun will illuminate these things. You have to speak them, and when you begin to speak them, the rest just kind of sort of falls into place. And so maybe someone, instead of strategizing exactly how this is going to go, it's like you're trying to strategize the perfect whatever, and you're trying to find the perfect moment and the perfect time to unfurl this strategy. But girl, something's just got to happen. Something's just have to happen. But it's time to come out of this. All this hermity type stuff. It's like you've already been illuminated here. To not do anything now is to keep yourself from all of this cornucopia. I'll say take this one as it resonates, because I don't know where everyone else is, but it's the next phase of the journey. I think that solo part is over, for the most part. And there are a lot of people who don't have all the answers. Oh my gosh, I left the cornucopia card on the table. Well, what? Who is this? Oh, the man holding a heart just fell on the floor. Oh my gosh. Hi. That's how he got lost last time. He fell on the floor and then I forgot to pick him up and then he was gone for a while. But I didn't miss him this time. I picked him up. The man holding a heart was like, hey, I need to make another appearance. Broken heart with victory. What is that? Magician in the mirror with that broken heart. Was that the sun? No, that's happy family. Happy family with a broken heart, both in reverse. Yeah. I think for a lot of, I don't want to say for a lot of folks, for some folks that solo phase of the journey is over. There are certain things that are only illuminated by the sun. Yeah, the garden and the gate. It's time to go outside the gate to see the rest of the world. And then you'll appreciate the garden for all that you have. Or it's like you can take some of these seeds from the garden. But like that's another thing. It's like when when you go out and you explore the world, door to romance now in reverse. Oh no, the door, don't close. I feel like as long as you're in the garden, then the door to this romance will forever be closed. And you have to go outside the garden in order to discover that this door is actually open. And the garden kind of sort of speaks of our comfort zone, but again, with the village archetype, it's like when you're outside of the garden, you get to see all these beautiful plants and you get to get the seeds to expand your garden, right? It's like if you've been looking to expand your garden, but you don't know what to do with it, sometimes you got to go outside the world to really find that. But again, this love always starts with the self. And so if your self-love is on point or has been improving, then I'd say it's time for you to leave that garden, because that's the only way you really grow. And then it's like when your self-love is there, you get to experience the world in a different way. You get to interact with the world in a different way. And you can really there are certain things that you don't need the world to reflect back to you. Right? And then again, third time's the charm. The man holding the heart. Bottom of the deck is anxiety, but it's in reverse. Anxiety in reverse. Okay? But the door to romance is also in reverse. So maybe somebody is freaking out or thinking that this door to romance is in reverse. Maybe somebody else done left the garden that they was in. Maybe somebody else is going to explore the world. And it's like, man, it's like you finally show up to the garden that was locked. And so you think, oh, she ain't going nowhere. She in that locked garden. Where's she going to go? And then you come back and the door is unlocked and it's wide open and she ain't in there, and you freaking out thinking that you've missed this opportunity. And then she come back with all these seeds from all over the world. And she's like, hey, I was told I had to leave the garden, so I decided to make the best of it. And I found these really cute plants that I want to put in the garden. So I was out a little bit longer than I expected, and there was a certain point I didn't even know if I would come back to the garden because the plants outside were so cute. But I'm not going to neglect my garden, so I'm here. And like I said earlier, it's like, somebody's like finally coming into this room or whatever, and then they think the room is empty. But then someone's like, oh, hey, like I'm actually over here, like working on this. And you kind of sort of came back before I expected. Like I didn't even get these new seeds on the ground yet, really. I've just been acquiring all these seeds. And I've met so many nice people, and they've been like, oh, like here's some free seeds. I'm like, oh my gosh, really? I'm like, yeah, just take them. It's like, well, at first you don't even know what you want to plant first. It's like, oh, so many seeds. Oh my gosh, this is why I stopped taking the card out, because I always forget to put it back. So that's what I have, like 4 hours, super rambly. There was some stuff in there, here and there, sprinkled in, peppered in, here and out. But yeah, we're coming into this yang cycle. And so the time for pause, the time for stillness, it's not that the time for stillness is over, but it's time to begin to act from these spaces. And acting in these spaces, that's what really allows the root system of these trees to expand, and that's what really anchors and grounds you. You can only do so much within yourself, but again, like I was talking about earlier, like you're not meant to be a bonsai tree, and as long as we continue to keep ourselves in these little pots, we'll never grow to the full length of who we are. And so with the Hermit and the Death card, with that sun coming out over here, let the sun illuminate the words that you can't, whatever, I already forgot. Is it going to be a little bit of a shock being in the environment where you're like with other people and not in the safety of your own little pot? Yeah, sure, whatever, but it's going to be worth it. Y'all see how I just said sure, whatever when it comes to uncomfortability? I still get uncomfortable, girl. As I talked about, I just try to not get wrapped up in it as much anymore. And whenever I feel I need to do something, I do. And if y'all see me on TV one day, then I had the dreams. And then apparently I saw the ad on YouTube. And then it just kind of sort of started there. So that's where I'm going to end this. I hope you all have a lovely time. All the best. And don't be afraid to, move a little bit. I know that, a lot of us have been trying to get grounded, but, let's be ints, right? The trees that can move and walk and talk and stuff, right? Let's be those and not just like, I don't know, little flowers that never go anywhere, do anything. All right, bye.